1, 2, 1.
Hello. There we go. Am I glad to have you here? Can we start? Yeah. Where?
PR, it's PO instead of PR. Pogrand. Yeah, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, Pogrand. Yeah.
Yes.
Makes sense.
All right.
What's the first name?
It's Gideon.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. I remember
It's
from
Gideon. Yes,
yesterday.
I'm sure.
Ngambizi igama lelo.
Fine. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, let's go for it. Good morning. Yeah. Do you want me to do it?
Good morning. Morning. Welcome to the presentation of the Gauteng State of Ethics and Anti-Corruption Program report by the Premier and the Gauteng Ethics Advisory Committee biannual report by the chairperson, Dr. Nombembe.
Good morning, Zanele. It's good to be with you. Good morning, everyone. Premier, esteemed leaders of our government, civil society, business, Chapter 9 institutions, those who keep us going. Good morning and welcome, as Zanele has welcomed you to this program for the launch of these two critical reports. My name is Tula Sizwe Semelane.
I am Zanele Sabela. I'm one of the members of the Gauteng Ethics Advisory Committee.
Yeah, and I thank you for reuniting me with her. It's been a while since I've interacted with her. Premier, leaders of government, this is a critical engagement, and I'm truly honored to be among you this morning. We both are, to witness this launch of this report, because it talks to the core of who we are as a nation, the things that we value, the things that we hold dear as a nation. And the way I was thinking about it, Zanele, is that I'm inspired by people such as the late John Lewis, the civil rights movement leader. And there are words that he said that, you know, if you see something wrong, you must say something. You must do something. Democracy is not a state, it's an act. And this is one of those acts that compound and come together and eventually, you know, will be better for it. So these kind of programs, the ethics and integrity reports that come out from time to time are really crucial in building who we are as a nation.
Yes, and we have to commend the Premier for actually having established the GIEC, which is the the Ethics Advisory Committee. He was amongst the first, and we've been told that other provinces are following suit. So, yeah.
So without wasting much time, we are not speakers. We are here to just get the conversation going. Let me just say that, you know, when there was that flooding situation in KwaZulu-Natal, the conversations were about how do we respond, how do we get aid, how do I as an individual sitting at home get involved? But disturbingly, there was also a conversation that said, oh, they're going to steal that money, or they're going to loot. So much so that President Cyril Ramaphosa even noted it and actually addressed that concern in one of his addresses to say, we should be ashamed that that's the inclination of South Africans to think, oh, watch them, they're going to steal. So this is part of highlighting the importance of what we are here to do today. I don't have much by way of announcements to tell you in terms of the logistics. The restrooms are just outside. I think I saw them as you come out and you go to the left. Refreshments are also on that side. Okay, that is that is sacrilege. The national colors can't touch the floor. We need to find a way to steady it. Yeah, we can't have the national colors touching the floor. Totally unacceptable. So, without further ado, I'd like to call to the front the Acting Director General of the province, Mr. Blake Mosley Lefatula, to come and welcome us all to this event. DG, please.
All right, thank you, Program Directors. Let me acknowledge the Honorable Premier, also members of the Provincial Legislature, our MECs, a special word of acknowledgement also to members of the Gauteng Ethics Advisory Committee, the Chapter 9 institutions, representatives of Chapter 9 institutions that I've seen here. I've seen SIU representatives, also public protector representatives, colleagues from provincial government, HODs, and other colleagues from provincial government. Special word of welcome also to representatives from civil society. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, today is a very, very auspicious day as we launch two reports that deals with trying to instill an anti-corruption culture and also instill and entrench ethical behavior and practices within Gauteng provincial government as alone. These two reports is the Premier's Integrity Anti-Corruption Report, and the second is a biennial reports of the Gauteng Ethics Advisory Council. But where does it actually come from? I think it is important that we actually contextualize what informs these reports and the work that has been done thus far. The anti-corruption drive is an integral part of the Growing Gauteng Together 2030 strategy, GGT 2030 as we call it. Now, as we know, ladies and gentlemen, GGT 2030 is a plan of action that will deliver Gauteng to its desired destination by 2030, and is doing so by executing 7 priorities, 28 strategies, and have in fact 160 interventions that will provide significant improvements to the lives of the people. However, it is important to note that the success of the plan will require a skilled, capable, ethical workforce and supporting initiatives to build a developmental state. Therefore, targeting clean governance and ethical leadership is one of the priorities of the GGT 2030 plan in the Gauteng City region. As indicated, one of the key elements of the 6th administration is building a capable, ethical, and developmental state. And a strong ethical culture is the foundation of clean governance. And this is created through a robust ethics program that sets expectations for acceptable behaviors in conducting businesses within departments and with departmental stakeholders. So what is it that we need to do in order to achieve that particular objective? Just a couple examples. One is we would need to ensure effective executive oversight. 2, we need to set the tone from the top. 3, we need to ensure that there is senior management involvement. There must be an awareness of ethics, policies, and procedures. And also, we need to timely follow up and investigate reported incidents. We must not take until thy kingdom come to effect disciplinary action. We need to ensure training, ethics training, yes, tools of how we can entrench ethical behavior. And of course, we would need to have ongoing monitoring systems and an independent and anonymous incident reporting system. In 2016, our Premier established the Integrity Management Unit to guide integrity management, to support the NDP vision of building an integrity-driven public service by 2030. And its mandate included, amongst others, we need to provide a strategic direction, technical expertise, guidance, support, build capacity, and to monitor the global city region institutions in effecting the integrity management systems. We need to strengthen good governance. And lastly, we need to foster a global city region culture of integrity, transparency, and accountability. These are the objectives and goals that actually informed the work of the 2 reports. The two reports that are being launched today will actually serve as a framework for the discussions that will take place through the panelists that we will actually have here. And also, it will provoke a response from representatives of the Chapter 9 institutions that we have here as to what the gaps are and how those can actually be strengthened. So with these few preliminary remarks, let me welcome each and everyone to this particular launch, and let us wish ourselves the best of deliberations and a good outcome. Thank you very much.
We would like to welcome Ms. Mildred Mkopane. She's the Acting Deputy Director General. She's also been driving integrity ethics in the region.
Thank you, program directors. Firstly, I would like to acknowledge the Honorable Premier, the members of the Executive Council, the members of the Legislature, the members of the Gauteng Ethics Advisory Council, the members of the Provincial Audit Committee, the representatives of the Chapter 9 institutions, as well as agencies that we work with, and also the members of the civil society. And ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Over the period, we've been working with the Gauteng Ethics Advisory Council since 2017, and I would like to actually introduce the members of the Gauteng Ethics Advisory Council. We have been working as the watchdog for anti-corruption in Gauteng provincial government, including some of the institutions that we are responsible for. We have the chairperson. We have the chairperson of the Gauteng Ethics Advisory Council, Dr. Terence Mncedisi Nombembe. I'm going to ask him to stand. Thank you. And in the room, we also have Mayor Puseletso Maria Madumise. We have Professor Natasha Holzhazen. And we have Ms. Zanele Sabela. And those that are joining us online, we have the Deputy Chairperson of the Gauteng Ethics Advisory Council, Advocate Faye Mukadam. I was hoping that they will show her on screen because she's joining online. And we have also Mr. David Lewis. Unfortunately, some of the members couldn't make it due to some engagements that they're having, and they couldn't get out of those engagements. So I'm going to just read the list of some of the members that we have. We have Professor Dion Rousseau from the Ethics Institute. We have Father Smangaliso Mkachwa, Dr. Claudel van Eyck, Ms. Mati Keita, Professor Tulima Donsela, And lastly, we had Mr. Lerata Mutsiri. Thank you. Those are the members of the Gauteng Ethics Advisory Council. Thank you.
Okay, so, oops. Okay, help me. It has. So the main objective of the Gauteng Ethics Advisory Council is to provide independent oversight, advice, advocacy, and civil society mobilization on fighting corruption and promoting integrity in the Gauteng City region. So Dr. Terence Nombembe has actually been leading this committee since 2017 when it was established. And so this is its second term, and some members have fallen off and some have come online, and a lot of work has been done. And welcome, Doctor.
Good morning, colleagues. Honorable Premier, thanks very much for hosting us in this important event. The members of the provincial legislature, the members of the Executive Council, I'm glad to see most of you in numbers here. The team that we work with in the integrity unit that makes our work to have direction and meaning, led by the DG's office. And thanks, Acting DG, for your introduction. And I must say, also to the previous DGs, the one that has moved to the presidency, Pindi, as well as the late Thabo Maseme. They really helped us to guide the work that we did, as well as the members of the oversight structures of the Gauteng government, the audit committees, and many other structures that are informed by various constitutional chapters, Chapter 9, Chapter 10. And I'm glad to see most of them here in the room today. Members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, thanks very much, program directors, for guiding us in this session today. My role really is to make a few remarks on the launch of this booklet here that we have prepared as the Gauteng Ethics Advisory Council. What you don't know about this booklet is that it's meant to be published every second year. But the unique one about this one is that it was ready at the end of our first term. But when the state of disaster was declared, it actually destabilized and set back all the work related to the launch of the efforts that were put during our first 4 or 5 years of existence. So it's the first time that you see it, so that's why it covers, to a large extent, most of the issues that were covered in the first period of our existence or term of our existence. We're now on our second term, and therefore my slide presentation that I'm going to show would largely look into the future focus. However, looking backwards in terms of what we did, we, as this council, cannot take for granted the honor that the Premier granted and directed towards us to be the Premier advisors of the issues related to the instilling of integrity, as well as the eradication of corruption within the Gauteng region. Ours is to look at not anecdotal incidents. Ours is to look primarily at sustainable, long-lasting interventions that will make sure that even the anecdotal incidents that may erupt from time to time do get addressed, but over time, we have a situation where those can be prevented. What's important also in our involvement is that those issues that we deal with are meant to primarily provide the empowerment to those that have got the responsibility to enact certain disciplines within the Gauteng government. We're not there to implement. We're not there to execute. We're there to diagnose. We're there to listen. We're there to analyze. We're there to put our best thinking hats on and said, how can we best deal with this situation? Most of these situations have been monumentally complex. They've been very, very complex. But we're really applying our minds to make sure that we deal with them in that manner. So therefore, what I would like to just touch on and highlight is the fact that we part of integrating into the programs that the Gauteng government is introducing, and there are many of them. Most of them, in fact, all of them, are meant to promote and grow the economic development, social stability, and many other programs that will make sure that the experiences and lived experiences of the people in Gauteng is a joyous one. And that corruption and issues of lack of integrity do not come in the way of destabilizing those intentions. So that's basically where we fit in. That's how and why our task is a lot more difficult, because we don't act what we advise. But all we need to do is to make sure that that advice is heeded and is taken seriously. Hence, the importance of highlighting, Honorable Premier, the significance of the leadership that you're providing, the significance of the tone at the top that you're providing, together with your Executive Council. Because without your commitment, we will be none the wiser in terms of doing our work. And as part of the representation in the work of the Council, there is an MEC that is part of our work that is also giving us critical insights together with the DG and the Integrity Unit to make sure that our work is also properly directed and properly guided. And that MEC is MEC Maele, who is not here, but he has the governance portfolio within the Executive Council, which is a fitting kind of responsibility that basically connects back to the implementation at an executive level. So that's basically the background to who we are, what we've been doing, and where we fit into the ecosystem of supporting the process of instilling integrity and good governance and ethics within Gauteng. Which direction do I go here? I just want to get the slides. Yes, thanks. In essence, these 4 or 5 slides give you a flavor of what is contained in this booklet, but the details are basically in here. The Premier is going to talk at length about what it is that will be done and what it is that has been done in response to our observations and advice. Towards the end of this booklet, there is a section that talks about the response of the executive on our work, so you can have a look at that as well. But what I'm going to highlight here is just this little background that I've just touched on, which is important, that as you've heard from the introduction by Mildred, this is meant and was designed by the Premier to be a civil society-led advocacy body that is meant to provide the support when it comes to the issues of public accountability, ethics, and integrity. As we've heard, we established in 2017, second term now. The third bullet is important. Most of our work is actually informed by 3 prescripts. One, the outcome of the work that came out of the Indaba that was held in 2017. Also importantly, those declarations that were published there are very important in terms of guiding the expectations of the civil society and citizens of Gauteng. The anti-corruption strategy of Gauteng was very important as another guiding point. And that anti-corruption strategy has got very critical pillars of making sure that first and foremost we prevent issues related to corruption. Where they happen, they get detected and investigated and followed up. So those elements are very, very important. And also, most importantly, our terms of reference is what is also critical for us to actually follow. So our work program is basically informed by those prescripts. In terms of our work, my computer here is actually shut down, so I can't see from here. I've got to look over there. But I can see Tula's Nori. To a large extent, that is self-explanatory. But what I want to emphasize is our advice is not only happening in isolation. It's working in a collaborative manner with those that are involved, with those that can assist, with those that need to be part of the ecosystem of effecting an effective integrity culture and ethical culture within Gauteng. That's why the issue of engaging civil society is important. That's why the issue of engaging with the officials and the leadership of Gauteng is important. That's why the issue of engaging broadly with all sectors of society, municipalities included, which is a point that the Premier also emphasized in addressing us in one of the sessions, is critical, so that it's the whole of Gauteng that is actually taken care of and guided by our advice. But most importantly also, the issue of the intellectual capital that we bring into the equation in making sure that everything that we do has got to do with new thinking, fresh thinking, not necessarily recycling the norm that has been proven to be redundant and does not work in terms of providing the kind of solutions that are needed in order to achieve and support the programs that will empower society. I think that I can best demonstrate in this last slide. Basically how we work. And this is the last presentation I'm going to make, so that when you read this document, you read it in context in terms of what it is that we do and how have we organized ourselves, because this is very, very important in terms of our focus. But let me first say this. Over and above this 2-yearly report, which is the biennial report, we do have reports that we produce and share with the Executive Council every half a year. In other words, biannually. That's important, so that the build-up to this published report is informed by a constant process of engaging and refining the effectiveness of the issues that will get the public to have confidence in this program of anti-corruption and integrity. We are structured into 5 streams. And these streams are looking at advising on a variety of areas. The first one, which is Workstream 1, is looking at making sure that the coordination, collaboration with the critical stakeholders is formalized. Those MOUs, those pacts, if you like, agreements that need to be signed, those promises that need to be made in terms of the way people actually undertake to support issues of integrity and anti-corruption, those need to be formalized. And in this respect, we've got a long list of stakeholders which we cannot afford to ignore and work with selectively to make sure that we optimize the way in which we can, in fact, drive the program of collaboration and integration as we go through this difficult terrain. Of late, we have even added in our list of stakeholders, which is business, civil society, labor, the officials within the Gauteng government. The list is endless. The professional bodies. We've now added of late issues that relate to the donors that have got an interest in supporting programs that Gauteng wants to drive. And where funding becomes a difficulty, they can come with that funding. So working on such things. So this list of stakeholders is actually a live list that is constantly being updated and constantly being upgraded to make sure that we leave no stone unturned in making sure that everyone who has got a hand in making the objectives of integrity and anti-corruption in Gauteng are achieved. So that's Workstream 1, that's led by Dr. Claudel van Eck. Workstream 2, which is led by Father Mkhatshwa, is important in so far as making sure that the community engagement, outreach, and advocacy is achieved. And I must say this is an area that we have not achieved much in, but the spade work leading up to that has been done very effectively. So we are happy that by the time we actually go out and reach out to the communities, largely with the assistance of the media as well, and largely that's why we entering into, as part of Workstream 1, the service level agreement and MOUs with SANEF to make sure that we can collaborate in actually doing the outreach, and also piggybacking and working collaboratively with the Executive Council and the respective MECs and officials as they go out into societies and meeting citizens, so that we don't duplicate the effort, but we seek to integrate and collaborate on those issues. Our role and focus is unique. It's about reassuring communities that issues of integrity, issues of ethics are taken seriously as they are engaged by the executive, and pick up any issues that communities may be concerned about, pick up issues that communities have experienced on, as we have experienced, and have experienced in terms of the potential red flags that need to be taken into account. So those are the issues, so that we come back and process those issues and make sure that they are addressed. Workstream 3 is important. This is where collaboration with the law enforcement agencies is critical. But for that to happen, and happen well, we need to first have an effective and a functioning investigative capacity within Gauteng. We're not there yet, but we're getting there. The signs are promising. You need an effective investigative agency that has got the right powers, the effective investigative capacity that has got the right skills, the right processes, because investigation is quite a complex area, and therefore it's important that those people are well equipped in terms of tools of trade to actually master their craft. When those reports come out, they must be acted upon internally within the executive. They must be acted upon to the extent there is prosecution, to the extent that there is civil recovery. That can happen effectively. The MOU that was signed, for instance, with the SIU, Dr. Matibi, I'm glad to hear, has proven to be one of the masterpieces that has made the work of Workstream 3 very effective, because it supports the work of the investigative capacity. It reinforces the work of the investigative capacity, so that whatever action is followed up by this Workstream 3 is actually meaningful, is based on something that is substantive. The good thing about this work is that we started Premier, I remember 4 or 5 years ago, with a pile of files, backlog of reports and recommendations that nothing was happening to them. Today, we're talking about very pleasing progress in terms of clearing that backlog. And this work stream that's led by Prof. Thuli Madonsela is helping a great deal in making sure that we actually not only minimize the backlog, but we actually wipe the backlog, so that as and when reports come out, action is taken. Then that's what is going to build confidence to citizens and the government that truly issues of integrity, truly issues of ethics and corruption are taken seriously. So we're really, really serious about this area. It's not the easiest because it has got so many tentacles, so many issues of complexity, but we're seeing very pleasing progress in this respect. The issue of branding integrity, the issue of branding ethical culture is important. And we need to get to a point where it becomes something that is fashionable, that something good can also be taken seriously, and everyone within Gauteng province and the Gauteng region, city region, can be proud of a society that takes integrity seriously and have measures. This is important, but we have not actually gotten there. But we have measures that actually measure the level of integrity and ethical conduct. It's a soft issue, but we need to get there. We need to put our thinking caps on and make sure that we can see, and when we go out to communities, we can be able to say, this is a barometer, this is a gauge, this is an index that actually reassures you. And it's not a fake kind of index, but it's a real index that's saying this can be supported by a portfolio of evidence. And where there are fault lines, we keep working on those, which then comes to workstream 5. And that workstream is critical in terms of now working on any fault lines that we still need to deal with. Putting our best thought leadership heads to make sure that those fault lines get dealt with. how the supply chain management systems are actually institutionalized and managed effectively. Right now, this province is leading in terms of introducing some of the innovative ways of transparency when it comes to supply chain management. However, there's a lot of improvements that need to be brought into effect to enhance it and even spread it across the nation and globally for that matter. Issues relating, for instance, to how does the executive committee, how does the premier, how does the MEC, and I'm not counting accounting officers because that is clearly defined in the legislation, whether it's PFMA or MFMA. But where there is a lot of vagueness, a lot of fog, is how does the executive get to effect its accountability framework? It's very cloudy, it's very foggy. We need to find a solution to that. We can't live with a situation where when something happens, the executive says, I did not know. It's wrong. It cannot be. And to the extent that the legislation has got a glaring vacuum insofar as that situation is concerned, we've got to find a solution and have a possibility to improve the legislation. That's what Workstream 5 is working on, to find solutions to those things that are bringing about the redundancy in the way in which we operate and the vulnerability of the people that basically are supposed to be overseeing the effectiveness of governance, but yet the legislation is, and the constitution for that matter, is very vague in terms of nuts and bolts. What exactly on a day-to-day basis should an MEC be doing in his or her office? Yes, they could be coming to the offices, but when the rubber hits the road, when something happens, in most instances, these are people that are most vulnerable. Issues of reporting and disclosure, whistleblowing, if you like. Most ideal situation in terms of theory, but in terms of practice, it leaves people exposed. What policies do we have that actually improve the situation? I mean, we were in a meeting yesterday with Workstream 5. We're saying, we look at this policy, we say, but this is a recycling of the existing norm that is actually not working. What do we do that will actually improve and bring something new in the way in which the whistleblowing or reporting or disclosure kind of practices are managed, you know? For that matter, whether we like it or not, should the whistleblowers be known? Okay? We're not answering the question, but we're asking the question. Why should the whistleblowers be known? Can we have a system that guarantees the anonymity of the whistleblowers? How effective is that process? Because it's not about legislation, it's about the workings of the whistleblowing administration. So that when you go out to the officials, when you go out to the society, people should have confidence that when they say something, it's not them that will be in the spotlight, but the investigative machinery will be able to get to the bottom of the issues, and they be the ones that actually stand for and stand by their findings without exposing the person that led them to the problem. So those are the issues. If the whistleblower prefers to reveal his or her identity voluntarily, that's the difference, kettle of fish. But even there, the policy must be very clear as to how you manage that situation, you know. And these are the ambiguities in the current practice and policies, you know. And so this work of Workstream 5 is very, very critical. I don't know, and I'm not sure that nationally this kind of deep thinking is happening. But we're committed in Gauteng to actually get to the bottom of these issues. You talk about the issue, for instance, of the investigation of lifestyles, or the common name terminology that's used is lifestyle audits. How do you do that? You look at the policy, you look at the practices that are promulgated by the national structures. You say to yourself, if there's so many people that are involved in this thing, who's going to have confidence that when I volunteer to make myself available, my dignity and my privacy is going to be respected while I want to cooperate, So these are the issues that we really need to look at deeply to make sure that there is confidence in these practices that improve the way in which investigative and proactive ways of promoting integrity and ethics are managed. So, and I can mention so many other examples, but these are going to be coming thick and fast, by the way, and we need to be prepared. And Prof. Holzhausen, sitting there, is basically heading that particular work stream to make sure that these things are actually happening and they are processed and turn around quickly. We don't sit for 5 years investigating or coming up with advice on things that can be done in 5 days, So, pressure, Natasha, but that's what we need to do. Okay. So, colleagues, you may not find this in this report, but I'm trying to give a flavor of really what's coming. What is it that we really want to do in order to build on the messages that are contained in this report? And we're happy that the Premier and his team are so committed to receiving and processing and wrestling with these issues that are not easy, by the way. So program directors, thanks very much for giving me the opportunity to share a few anecdotes. I thought maybe that would be food for thought. And I don't know what you're going to do in roasting the panelists, but anyway, I've just set the scene. It's all in your hands. Thanks very much.
Dr. Terence Nombembe, everyone. Please allow me to stand here because I'm vertically challenged. So the podium is not working for me. I'm of presidential height, I'm told. Thank you so much for those remarks, Dr. Nombembe. You have sort of disarmed me because I was ready with a quip for you to say, what are you doing in 2029? Let's get a presidential campaign going. But the words you were speaking, the room went silent for a reason. You could hear a penny drop while you were talking there in that calm demeanor of yours. He was, of course, our Auditor General after Shaukat Faki, so he knows exactly what he is talking about, Dr. Nombembe there, and some of the issues that he raises around gaps. The infrastructure is there. In terms of law enforcement, investigations, Chapter 9 institutions, but also this infrastructure that says not only do we want to have an advisory council on ethics and integrity, but actually there's going to be a directorate within government itself that also drives those issues. It brings it all together very nicely. Premier, it's time for you to speak to us. And as I'm watching this room, Premier Makhura, it's unusual in many parts of our continent to have the voices of your critics, to have your critics in the room and listen to them. And I've got to commend you for that. In many contexts where I have worked, we throw them in jail. They are out in exile. Mark Haywood would not be here. He would be So, it's critical that the composition of the advisory council is in the way that it is, because as I look at the names, these are people that I have confidence that they wouldn't shy away from telling you that here, Premier Makhura, you are dropping the ball. Without me turning myself into a speaker, Premier Makhura needs no introduction. He's the Premier of the province of Gauteng, the 6th administration he leads, and it's through his efforts and the outcome of that anti-corruption indaba that we are here today. He's going to come through and deliver the Gauteng State of Ethics and Anti-Corruption. Premier Makhura, please.
I need somebody to open this. I hope somebody will open the computer as I do first acknowledgements. Thank you very much. Government officials. So this computer has a password, but I can't open it. So the password is only with one person. And his name is called Mangaliso. So let me first just do some acknowledgements. My colleagues, the MECs in the province of Gauteng. I have 6 MECs who are here. One MEC is appearing in the legislature, Ms. Mamabulo. Scopa, the legislature takes precedence for us. It's an ethic, it's a value. When the legislature calls, you have to go. If you are a member of our executive, we've got to cancel everything. We respect that organ of our democracy, our constitutional democracy, very, very much. 2 MECs are not well. MEC Maile is going to see the doctor this morning. And MEC Mbali Hlope, it's flu season, we know. Last week I was down myself. And the 3rd MEC is on maternity leave, MEC Mutara. So if you don't see them here, you should just know where they are. I appreciate the presence of the HODs who have accompanied the MECs. Our acting DG has already welcomed you. Members of our Ethics Advisory Council, led by Dr. Terence Nombembe, were introduced fully to you. We appreciate the work that you are doing so very much. Heads of, I want to talk about the heads and representatives of very important institutions with whom we work, the SIU, the Public Service Commission. The Public Service Commission team is in Cape Town. They are reporting there, but they are going to join virtually. The good thing about technology is that you can participate from wherever you are. The Office of the Public Protector is well represented. The Auditor General of South Africa is well represented. The Department of Public Service and Administration, the National Department, is also here. They're going to talk about lifestyle audits for public servants. And the State Security Agency is also here. This is the first time in a public meeting that the Secret Service is revealed. They work with us on vetting and lifestyle audits. That's the only reason they are here. So the Gauteng head of the State Security Agency is also here. I want to acknowledge all of you colleagues for being here, but also acknowledge members of the media and civil society, including Mark Haywood, who is a member of the media,
but a member of civil society. That cap can never leave mark. I want to convey a special word of thanks to the team in the Office of the Premier that has gotten us to this point. The senior officials in the Office of the Premier, I've already acknowledged the acting DG, the special advisors, and the team that's led by Mildred Mkopane. Mildred, just stand up. You came here to introduce. So Mildred introduced this. Mildred is the head of the Integrity Management Unit in the Office of the Premier. I can tell you that when we established that Integrity Management Unit, so what Dr. Nombembe was talking about, the directorate, we were doing something that didn't really exist. When we set it up and said we want a full unit branch in the Office of the Premier that focuses on integrity, ethics, and pull all the work of government on dealing with corruption. She's done a great job, Mildred, and she's got a team of very capable people. You don't have to know the rest. Those ones you shouldn't know. Dr. Nombembe, they are the ones you shouldn't know. Their head you can know, because they are doing very, very important work in government. Let me say that today we are tabling these two reports. The first one was done by Dr. Nombembe, and the second one is done by me. But this same report today are being received by our legislature. The Speaker of the legislature in Gauteng, as we table this report publicly, will receive the two reports and a letter from me. That letter has been signed. Chapter 9, institutions, I don't have to send you a letter. You've got the copies, because this report talks about you. Having said that, to get that out of the way, to get those two issues out of the way, and get this report out of the way, I just want to go to quickly through what, so I want to summarize. And you know, when you summarize in slides, the summary may be longer than the actual book. People who do slide presentation know that. So the first thing I would like to say is that this question of fighting corruption, it's not easy. International experience shows that winning the battle against corruption is never going to be easy, and it has not been easy, and it will never be easy. It's like fighting narcotics and human trafficking. If any one of you dare to watch movies about that battle, there's so much, it's organized crime. There's so much counter work. They try to recruit the very agencies and people who are appointed to fight corruption. They don't sleep. They work tirelessly to breach the system, to break. You put something in today, tomorrow they understand it. They have insiders. They pay lots of money. They have insiders in government. They have insiders in the police. And they study people who are appointed on how to break them. All agencies, SIU, Auditor General, they look at these institutions. They spend time sitting there, planning, strategizing. And they can take life. They use all means necessary to do that. So there are many chilling stories and tragedies about this, not only in our country. In our province, we talk about Babita Deokaran, and we dedicate this session to her today, because she lost her life opposing corruption. She lost her life fighting corruption. Oh, I forgot that. I didn't even feel that I'm wearing a mask. It's so normal. It's so normal to be wearing a mask, and when you don't take it off, it appears abnormal. This is what COVID has done. And probably some things we must live with them. to protect ourselves. I'm sorry about that. It wasn't deliberate. Arthur Williams, you know, is a whistleblower who's in hiding. And in fact, some days he speaks, he says, I'm in exile. So the program director was, you were making this as a joke, Tula Sizwe, but it is a very serious joke. There are people who have been killed, others are in hiding, others are killed in circumstances we can't know quite. We've got 2 more officials in our province in human settlements who died under suspicious circumstances. But I brought you two books. The chilling story of corruption. One of those books is called It's Our Time to Eat. This is the book written by Michelle Arong, which is about John Gitongo, a Kenyan anti-corruption buster, whose life was turned into hell because he was a journalist. He became the head of the anti-corruption unit, appointed in government, and thought, okay, all of us are working together to fight corruption. And found that, no, it's not quite like that. The people he thought he was working with in government to fight corruption were actually, he was, they thought they'll put him there and change him, and he ended up leaving his country. As you all know, he ran away, and he was in hiding. But this book is a very chilling story of an anti-corruption buster. And we, as we do this work, I think we should understand this is not about just saying things, but it's really about truly making a big difference. So there's another story of the former Nigerian finance minister. This is another book I'm sharing with you. It's called Fighting Corruption is Dangerous. So this book was written, as you would know, by Ngozi Okonjo Iweala, who is now the DG of WTO. She was the finance minister in Nigeria. She tells her personal story here of how tough it was when she was appointed the finance minister and got there to the first things to try and ensure that there's no corruption in Nigeria, and found a system that's so deeply entrenched and an organized crime that was cutting every part. And when she tries to introduce interventions here, even her colleagues in the legislatures get mobilized against attacking her. The people in the media get mobilized, stories get planted against her. Systematic harassment, intimidation. Her mother was even, and they kept saying, what you are doing is very dangerous, because she was closing the tabs of the system. And maybe what I want to emphasize today, colleagues, is that fighting corruption must be a systemic issue. Yes, we need courageous individuals, but we need a system-wide, system-proof, and resilient institutions. We do need these courageous individuals. The courage of individuals is important, but if it is just the courage of individuals and the systems and the institutions are not foolproof, as Dr. Nombembe was saying, you will just be chasing incidents, but you are dealing with organized crime, basically. You are dealing with people planning, sitting down every day, who have resources, dedicated resources. They get them from the loot, who have killers, who hire killers. If you're just waiting to deal with one incident there and one incident there, one thing here in a municipality here and another one there, you are wasting your time. So in that sense, we really need a system-wide intervention. Completely system-wide intervention. And I'm now looking for my pointer. So say Ibalak Hill. So that system-wide intervention, what the Commission on State Capture has just told our country, and those COVID-related corruption incidents, PPE, infrastructure projects, they tell you that you really need deep institutional and legislative reforms and agency coordination, multi-agency coordination, and a big effort, including civil society. You need civil society to join in mobilization, organization in a very, very big way. So in that sense, and I want to emphasize that those who profit from corruption are not playing, colleagues. They are not playing. Fighting corruption is not a joke. Because what does corruption do? Firstly, it takes development money away from development. But it fits the lifestyles. The ill-gotten gains fit the avaricious and ostentatious lifestyles of people. So it's not a joke. So when you stop a corrupt project, the way it was gotten, you close the taps. You are tampering with people's avaricious lifestyles. And if you are interfering, that's why people will kill you. It's not something to, so we need to, this conversation is very serious. And it just needs that kind of serious. So I want to also say, fighting corruption must be part of a development plan. It shouldn't be the only thing we do. We must also be clear. What is our development plan? Social development, economic development, democratic consolidation, institutions it must be part of democratic consolidation, development efforts, so that as we deal with closing the taps and directing the resources where they are supposed to make a difference, it must be clear that corruption disrupts development. It undermines development. It disrupts democracy. It destroys the dreams of a nation, the democratic aspirations of a nation. And in our province, we locate our strategy on ethics, integrity promotion, and fighting corruption within a development plan. So the reason corruption must be confronted is that if you don't deal with it, even if it's dangerous, even if they will kill, but we've got to make a choice. Because they will kill it. Corruption kills the dreams of millions of people, current generations and future generations. It steals the dreams of a nation. And that's why there must be the courage to fight and stop it. And we must build the institutions and create the infrastructure, the laws to stop. Even if it's very difficult to stop it. There are countries that have simply just given up. They've just given up. No, it's normal. We live with it. It's like drugs. There are countries in Latin America where they've just accepted the institutions are destroyed by drug lords. They've been bought over, so drugs are normal. But when you do that, you give up on your dreams. You give up on the dreams of future generations to live a better life, to be decent people, to be a society with some values, respect, and decency, and that all of us can help each other to achieve our dreams and the resources of the state. And we elect people to do this. They are not doing us a favor. Those who are elected and appointed are not doing us a favor. They are elected and paid to help achieve these dreams. It's not like they're just being done a favor. But corruption steals these dreams and redirect these resources. So we've got our own dreams in this province, GGT 2030. And we have been putting in place, at least for the past 5 years, a system of promoting ethics and integrity reported by the Ethics Advisory Council. But let me tell you that we have not been as successful as we want to be. And we must say that from the beginning, because we're not presenting ourselves as the place where, no, we live in a society as told by the report of the Zondo Commission on State Capture and as evidenced by COVID corruption. We live in the society where the corrupt are getting bolder. They're getting bolder. And unless there's a fight back, and this partnership that is in this room is a partnership to fight back. We need a partnership. We can't do it alone. We need that solid institutional and stakeholder partnership. So the provincial government has been doing some work over 5 years. So the first question that we are answering is, what are the pillars of our anti-corruption strategy? But you don't only need an anti-corruption strategy. They say, the ethics scholars are saying, corruption is the negative side of things. Promote the positive values. So that's what the integrity and ethics management is about, insulating, enlist more people to be on the positive side of things. Get more people to join the right way of doing things and doing the right things even when no one is watching. Whilst you are focusing on the criminals and organized crime, don't forget, because if your attention is only on the organized crime, what about people who are doing the good things in the system? Incentivize them, reward them, make it worthwhile to do the right things and to protect the resources. Those officials also want their flag to be raised. Not only the ones who do wrong things and the whole machinery and the whole attention is on the wrongdoers. But what about those who are doing the right thing? So we need that kind of balance. So here, that's what the integrity management is about versus anti-corruption measures. So we've got two hands. We are walking on two legs. The one leg is counter-corruption. The counter-corruption measures. The other leg is promote ethics and integrity. You have to do both, colleagues. Often, the mistake of many countries is all the resources are directed to countering corruption. Catching the thieves. Sometimes you catch them when they have looted. They have looted the money. You catch them too late. We've got to invest in changing the culture in society. That's what our strategy focuses on. So there are national guidelines in this country. Dr. Nomebe spoke about them, but we also have to review them. From the Constitution, the laws, the National Development Plan, public service regulations. We must answer the question, are they sufficient? And sufficient, you can't deal with that until you have tried to implement. Otherwise, you'll keep changing laws which nobody implements. Here in Gauteng, we can tell you, these institutions, these systems are not sufficient because we have been trying to implement them. And the criminals from time to time strike. They strike the system and find that it is vulnerable. Almost like the way the hackers hack the system. So we thought we have an open tender system in Gauteng. Nobody can just crack the system. Then came COVID. Like the hackers, they struck the system with lightning speed. And we found, the system is not as strong as we thought. So there are provincial guidelines as well. But I want to just go to... So the first thing is we have these various pillars of the anti-corruption strategy. To summarize it for the people at home and you, the first thing you need is prevention. The second thing, you need strong detection. And then, when people have breached the system, when prevention has failed, and things have really happened that you couldn't detect in time, you have to investigate. You need strong investigation. You need strong prevention capacity. You need strong detection capacity. You need strong investigation capacity. When you investigate, you want to determine what went wrong. Sometimes you use audits. That's our colleagues in the AG's office who use audits. The audits tell you, sometimes the audit is not called investigation, but it is an investigation. When they do audits, it tells you the weakness of the system, the environment, the control environment, what can easily be breached. And then when you have investigated, you must act. Let me tell you that the big problem, I think in Gauteng you will see in this report we are releasing, we have built some credible measures on prevention, not enough. We have built some measures on detection. They are not enough. We have a partnership on investigation with many of the SIU, the Public Protector, the Auditor General's Office, the Public Service Commission. That partnership works brilliantly. On detection, we have a partnership with the State Security Agency. They help us on when they do vetting. They are able to do some detection here and there and prevention when they do look. And the Department of Public Service and Administration's lifestyle audits is going to help us a lot. It belongs to that area of prevention and detection and pointing to the officials who really need to be investigated. Because when detection works, you are able to say, no man, there are officials in this division. We need now a thorough investigation. Something is going wrong in there. And then resolution, our major area of weakness is often resolution. What is resolution? Taking action. Taking action first in government, disciplinary action. Once there are recommendations, implementing disciplinary action. Secondly, charging officials criminally, those who are criminally liable. Thirdly, retrieving the money, civil recoveries. And let me tell you, so the key area of weakness is there in that area of resolution. Again, we need partnership there. One of the partnership we need there is with the law enforcement agencies, including the criminal justice system. We have 147 cases, criminal cases opened. We have charged over 500, to be precise, 517 officials through disciplinary processes have been charged. 147 criminal cases have been opened. Some have resigned when you discipline them and go and appear in a municipality or in a department elsewhere in the country or go and work in another company. But if the criminal justice system works, and that's where South Africans want to see that there are consequences, lost money is recovered, but the ones who are wrong are brought to book and they must be put in jail. And I can tell you there, you can't do it only as one cog in this. That's what needs a system-wide. We need every institution in our country. Everyone must do their job. Government departments and municipalities must go through that cycle. Prevention, detection, investigation, and say the following action must be taken. Often, we know the Public Protector, the Auditor General's Office, the Public Service Commission, they make lots of recommendations for us to act on. In this report we are very transparent. We are telling you how many recommendations have been implemented from the Public Protector, from the Public Service Commission, from the Special Investigation Unit, what has been done on each of those cases. Of course, we have huge numbers. The recommendations go over 1,000. And we have implemented, as you would see in this report, we have implemented a decent number of those, although others are being acted upon. But there's also weakness. That's an area of weakness. The other area of weakness is protection of whistleblowers. The whistleblowers, I come across an atmosphere of fear in government. Officials in finance, supply chain are often scared when they stop things that are wrong. And sometimes even the team that's dealing with integrity management issues, including in my office, they come to me. Sometimes they don't come to me. I discuss with DG. I'm concerned about these officials. Are they safe? Because they are doing work that the organized crime knows. That tender was stopped by this official, and this is being investigated is because of that official, and that official, and that official. So this whole thing, the protection of the whistleblowers, cannot just be done. So at the moment, we don't have a budget. I don't have a program. Often when my officials complain, I just send them to the South African Police Service. And I can say this, Mr. Vuma. I also refer them to the State Security Agency. But we don't have a program at a provincial. Can you relocate someone from their house? So, and that's where we are going to need national government. I know that the whistleblower program is the Department of Justice. The Department of Public Service and Administration, you are our key, the whole public service administration. We need to strengthen the whistleblower program. So this is on the side of countermeasures. Then there is a lot of work we are doing on promoting the positive values. We're doing lots of work with the Ethics Institute, training officials of government. And on this one, we're focusing on the culture. So integrity management is about changing the culture and promoting the values. And shifting everybody, putting in place systems to enhance and promote and motivate and incentivize doing things right, even nobody is watching. That's what integrity is about. And not about being policed, but the systems and create a culture where people just feel it's wrong to do this, I am going to stop it. I'm not going to be part of this, I'm going to expose this. So integrity management so we do lots of work in that area. And that's where we need partnerships, training, ethics officers, but also training financial staff, accounting officers. We need partnership with the institutions that are here. So we do a lot of that work as well. I don't want to take you through the details of the integrity management framework and policy. So let's now go to some interesting graphs to just say, where are we? So where are we with ethics compliance in Gauteng? Ethics compliance is a very minimum, it's a very basic thing. If you want to insulate the system from capture and corruption, you've got to do a system-wide thing. So you see what we do in Gauteng. We've got ethics champions, we've got ethics officers, training and certification. We've got those, all departments have appointed ethics officers. All departments have, ethics officers have attended training and certification. We work with many partners. We've got ethics committees. And then you can see which department don't have ethics champions appointed, but they have other things in place. Sometimes somebody has left. You can see ethics risk assessment. Ethics is a very important area of organizational risk. Gone are the days when you think of risk management, you don't think of ethics. Corruption is a big risk for any organization. So you got to foolproof your system. Do a report. How vulnerable are we? Like we do with cyber security or information security breach. How vulnerable are we with being cracked by thugs? So that ethics risk assessment is very important that every department must have in place. So you'd see, so the Department of Health doesn't have that, but also need to have an ethics plan that gets implemented. So again, you'd see that, so the Department of Education is not fully green. Green means you are doing well, Sufi. Everyone, everywhere where there's some, is that amber? There's something, is that amber? Yes, I need to get my colors right. Amber means you are doing something but it's not enough, or you are in the process of dealing with it. But red simply means danger. You are vulnerable to risk. So you can see there in the area of ethics, strategy, and plan. So when the Gauteng Ethics Advisory Council talks about all the things of the work streams, our responsibility is to get this institutionalized. Then the other important thing is disclosure, financial disclosures of those in leadership and management. Very, very important. Now the AG's office, the Public Service Commission, as they do their work, often pick up things. So what is the compliance level? Compliance level in the whole of Gauteng government in the current financial year is at 99.8% on disclosure. So in other words, disclosures is you have to declare your assets and all the other what you own. So, and this is done in the public service every year. So we can track, okay, now you have this. Because the next question is, how did you get it? No, suddenly you have this. But let me tell you, these disclosures are so important. The reason we need lifestyle audits is that often people hide. You can have 100% disclosures, but often people hide their assets. They hide them somewhere else where you can't see them. So disclosure 100% is good, but it is not good enough when you deal with what I'm characterizing as organized crime. So I can't complain much. I think our officials, you would see, there's only 1 year where one department, it was a technicality, the department treasury there. This year, that 99%, there was a disclosure. It arrived on time, but it was not factored in by the time the recording was done. So what it gives us, essentially we have 100% in the last financial year and in this financial year. And I'm hoping in the financial year that's coming, 2021-22, we will also have 100%, Mildred, I'm hoping. So here we are doing well. Where else is the problem? Okay. So I've already, so there's disclosures at SMS level. We're doing pretty well, improving over time. And there's an explanation. There's disclosures at other designated levels. So SMS is the senior management service. These are the decision makers in government. Directors, chief directors, DDGs, accounting officers. Those ones, I must say, they are doing well. I have given a qualification. But we now need, there's this new emphasis that you also need disclosure at other levels. You know, one of the things why we need lifestyle audits, there are people who refuse to be appointed to SMS level. They stay below. Because they know when you get to SMS, you must declare everything. The guys are making it. They are killing it. If you use township talk. They don't want to be director. They are below that level. But they are the movers and shakers of every tender. Because previously they were not compelled to disclose their we have a big problem there. Can you see what's happening there? That firstly, We had, from the beginning, as we started this, there were only few departments that were green. We have been pushing them hard. You can see it's the last 2 financial years, several departments achieved 100%. But there's 2 departments that are a big problem at that level, education and health. Because these ones have many institutions. So you need to understand, they have the largest employees, and they have many institutions. You have schools, you have districts, you have hospitals, you have clinics. If I want to summarize where our system is vulnerable, the larger the number of public servants you have, the more vulnerable your system is. And the bigger the budgets. And these 2 departments have the biggest budgets in Gauteng. Together they take 100 billion of our budget goes to these 2. They have a big machinery. But David Lewis will tell you, when they used to do audits and investigations at Corruption Watch, lots of corruption happens, schools, those lower level institutions, lots of corruption happens there. So we need compliance here. And I would like to say the public service, the DPSA, when we do lifestyle audits, that is also an area of great interest. As I say, there are officials who have refused to be promoted, who have remained in the same low positions below director, but they are the ones doing everything, collecting monies. And the system is very vulnerable there. So I've already explained that part. Then there's something called remunerative work outside the public service. The declaration of this and tracking it is also very, very important. Ensuring that there's proper compliance, because remunerative work outside government will also tell you, are these people available to do the work of the public service? Or they are spending all the time doing other work and that's coming to collect money in the public service. So this one, we think we're doing pretty well. From time to time, there's an official track down, but health has a big problem. Education here, because you have a lot of professionals. Here you're doing very well. You are not one of our biggest problems. Yes, you do have some applications. But if you look at education, health and social development, you also have huge numbers of applications. You have social workers who do work. Every department that does not process these applications when they come, they are deemed approved. And when it's deemed approved, it means the department officials are not doing their work. It means no one is watching whether this remunerative work outside the public service is controlled and limited to ensure people have the time to serve the public because they are paid to do that. So tracking this is very, very important in our province, and making sure that the departments are dealing with it is also pretty important for us. Vetting. Now here begins the real stuff. Vetting, I must say that in our province, in 2014, we had lots of problems with officials who refused to be vetted, many in 2014. Some will just have stories, completely refuse. But we have pushed this system in a way that firstly, as SMS level, in Gauteng, 88% of officials at SMS level have been able to ensure they are vetted. Of course, there's a bit of backlog there. You'll see, it will say how many are still waiting for their, but they have subjected themselves to the process. That's good enough. They've subjected themselves to the process. But you've got a certain number, and that's 84 SMS members out of 757, 84 of them. In fact, the number has dropped to 81 because I know that in health we have 3 senior HOD, CFO, and the DDG for corporate. The 3 new officials. We don't appoint anyone at that level without vetting, without a security clearance. The picture in health is it says 0, but we have 3. But that tells you again the problem at health. Senior management at health, it takes a great deal to move them. We have had to unleash the DG, former DG Thabo Masebe, on them. The situation is worse when you go to the next category, supply chain management. So supply chain management, you see also in Gauteng, we are doing pretty well. We have been insisting we must vet all supply chain management officials. So the picture, anyone who sits in tenders must be vetted. The picture, if you combine those who already have been cleared and those who have submitted themselves to the process are still waiting, compliance is 86%. But there is a certain number of officials who are refusing to subject themselves to vetting, in SCM for that matter. So what we want to do, the DPSA we're inviting you, the DPSA. When you start with lifestyle audits for civil servants in Gauteng, we want you to start with SCM and SMS members, especially the ones who have not been forthcoming for vetting. We want you to start with them. Because, you know, when you are reluctant to be vetted, you are communicating a message to us. There's something you are hiding. And you can't be, that's where, Dr. Nombembe, you are right. Our systems need to be so strong that we can fire officials. I want to fire an official who refuses to be vetted. I want to fire them. So the MEC for Health and the HOD for Health met with me last week. They are going to remove all, it says health, there's 0 on SCM officials vetted because they have refused. So they met with me last week because I meet with these MECs and I said to them, what are you going to do? They are going to remove all SCM officials who are refusing to be vetted. They will be removed from supply chain. And MECs, why should we have our government's name being dragged down and the resources being stolen? And we have systems that are in place and the officials are just, and by here I mean, even if it's the officials who think their bosses are the MECs. Because there are those who think, no, I will go to the MEC. Mina ngisebenzela MEC. They must be fired and removed. We must have one system for everybody. So vetting is important, it's a very important, but it is not sufficient because it identifies areas of risk, potential areas of conflict of interest, but it needs follow through with lifestyle audits. And that's what it takes me to lifestyle audits now. On the lifestyle audits, I just want to report to you today. The State Security Agency has completed the lifestyle audits of all MECs in Gauteng. That is complete. It is completed. It has taken a while, and we were the first province to do this. So there's a process with the State Security Agency we are going through, and I will release those lifestyle audits in a while, in a short while. Once we have gone through that process, I will be able to release them, the lifestyle audits. Part of what we are doing today, the lifestyle audits are they're just part of the big system change that we need. And that's why we need to get the lifestyle audit of the whole public administration. And that's what the DPSA is doing now to help us. The loopholes that are there will be closed as we roll out this. I must say that there are 2 departments in our province. The DPSA has already started with human settlements and sports, arts, and culture on lifestyle audits of officials. They've started, but I want them to go to all the departments. All the departments and all the officials, all the public servants. We volunteer to be audited, and we volunteer to be opened up in Gauteng. You don't have to fight with the provincial government. It's something that we want done. And then there's work on risk management, fraud risk management, very important work that we are doing. The implementation of the risk management action plans. So this table explains which department have been able to do what. You can see, so you have green there, which is where plans have already been implemented. You have amber, where the plans are being implemented. And then you have where there's no implementation at all. If you go there, you would see that most of the departments is much fewer cases. MEC Musupe, you can see there's a problem. You have a number of cases there. 6 cases means on the plans it gives you a 10%, even if 10% is not a lot. And then you see there are departments there at the end where they have 13% and 5%. Those things, all the MECs and accounting officers are following up on them to make sure that they are dealt with. Training, we can't emphasize training enough. That's why this point that you can't wait until everybody is a thug or is a thief only to catch them. You are too late. There are good people in the system. They must be insulated from being turned into crooks. You must save them from themselves because the crooks are working to recruit everybody around. So training is important to raise awareness, but also just reaffirm the values that people have, the values of right and wrong. And that working for the public service is a good thing and you must do the right things when you are in there. Training is very important. GIAC helps us a great deal on this. The GCRA helps us a great deal. We have also been doing work. We have a project on municipalities. That project on the ethics training of municipalities. Local government is a big area of problem nationally. So we have been focusing on supporting training there. The Premier's office, the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, and the Ethics Institute have been running a good training program there. There's also a new program, which is Local Government Ethical Leadership Initiative with SALGA. And this is where we emphasize, don't let everybody to be turned into a thug. A sustainable way of dealing with corruption is let's invest effort and resources also in ensuring that we stop the momentum. And there are more good people. There should be more good people. And that's what this program is also about. The work of the Ethics Advisory Council has been reported here fully. I don't have to go into that. I am very grateful to this team. I think on behalf of the Executive Council in Gauteng, I really want to take off my hat for all the men and women, professionals, academics, activists from civil society, NGOs, who are in this body. You have helped us and given us the courage to have to tackle the horn, to take the horn by its horns, and not just deal with crisis, but also invest in systems, better systems. So I really want to thank you profusely for this. Detection, I've emphasized detection. So there's detection work that where else do we, other than the work of vetting, which is also detection, there's also this work of declaration of official and getting to know who are the officials doing business with the state. So this work is also this is a very important work because Once there's an official doing business with the state, it exposes you to risk. And then there must be a follow-up. There must be an investigation and other things to check. They do business with which department, with which government, and how does that relate to the work they do, and where is the potential risk of conflict of interest. So this is very, very important work that we do. The Public Service Commission helps us a great deal in dealing with this area. And we want to strengthen that work. I've already spoken about whistleblowing. The one important thing is the National Anti-Corruption Hotline and the Gauteng hotline, this ethics hotline. These two hotlines help us to get protected disclosures to people who report things without declaring who they are. So this is a very important program. And let me tell you, in Gauteng, we've been able to act on a lot of those cases. You would see we have received 2,161 cases from the national hotline and have resolved over 2,050 of those, 2,051 cases. Resolved doesn't mean, it just means when a matter is reported, there is a follow-up. It doesn't mean satisfying the citizen, but it just means when things are reported, there's action. A citizen may come back and say, yes, I see what was done with this matter. I'm still not happy. But there's something that is being done about these issues. And then you refer it to the next institution. And things may get stuck somewhere in the system. Maybe you refer it to the police or another agency for that. So these measures are important. I can't overemphasize whistleblowing program. I spoke about it a lot today. It's everywhere. And now, detection, today we give reports on the work of every agency. I'm not going to go through each one of them. SIU, all the investigations you have done to us today, we are reporting to the people of our province, every one of them, and what the progress is, what has been done on each one of them. So all of them, they are 15 that you have done in Gauteng, they are in this report. I don't want to go through them one by one. And the good thing with the SIU is that you are also helping us with disciplinary cases after your investigations. We have fired several officials. You also help us. You go to the special tribunal, civil recoveries, very, very important. So this partnership with the SIU is extremely productive for us. And we thank you for the work you have done. And you must continue to do this work with us. The details of all those reports are here. This report is going out for publishing as I speak. All of them are here today declared. Those who are still waiting for. The Public Service Commission has done they've dealt with several allegations, over 102 cases. They finalized 65 of those. There are 37 that are outstanding. Towards the end, we indicate what we do when the Public Service Commission reports matters to us and say, implement this. There was something wrong in your department. If you look at the profile of the cases that the Public Service Commission reports, 69% of them are about HR matters. In other words, irregular appointments. And then the second big area is supply chain management. So most of the issues the Public Service Commission deals with is people have been appointed irregularly or contractors have been appointed irregularly. So we deal with those. You would see what we've been able to do. Okay, now so those ones, you'd see them. So we also have the public protector. This institution has also investigated cases in Gauteng. 43 cases. So we give an update today on which department, what are the cases, and what does the provincial government do to ensure that these matters are dealt with. And where there's no action, we keep going back to the accounting officer and the MEC to say, you must act. So the public protector cases, most of them are general. They are referred to as other. They are very different. There are those that are maladministration, 18%, irregular appointments, 19%, SCM irregularities also. You can see these reports are talking to each other of these institutions. There are also, the public protector has also investigated municipalities. You can see all municipalities here. What cases are those? The SIU has also investigated municipalities. You can see which ones, our report covers that in detail, which ones are finalized, which ones are outstanding reports, and we are following up together with municipalities on those. I've dealt with that. The Auditor General's Office. In Gauteng, the Auditor General's Office hasn't really, there's only one case where they have investigated outside the audits, because the Auditor General also has the power to investigate. They can investigate a matter which falls within their scope, but most of the time here in our province, you find that some institution is already dealing with that matter, and the province is already working with another institution. So we don't do duplication, and the AG's office is able to say, no, that matter is being investigated by that institution already. Or this one we are investigating. We have done the audit, but we also think it warrants an investigation. They dealt with one matter in our province. The rest on the AG's office are audit outcomes. You will see, we give you a picture of how audit outcomes have been, the provincial government performance on audit outcomes. From 2008, 7, 8, where we never had any clean audits, progress over time of the green beginning to appear, the green are clean audits. The amber is good, but it's not good enough. It's called unqualified audit outcomes. But we want more than just unqualified. We want without any matters. That's what the green is. The best years for us was 2016-17 and 2017-18. Those were the best years in our audit outcomes. We got 100% unqualified outcomes, and almost half, yes, we got 50, it was 54% or so. Half of them were both departments and, in fact, agencies and entities. There were more. You will see that's the next. In the best years, we had 2 years of regression, but this year we are coming back. The AG's office met with us recently. Is it last month? And they are showing that MEC for Finance, we are coming back. We are making, but there are still areas of big concern on audits, what's called material irregularities. There are still big areas of concern there. In every department, those things are risks, they are exposure. There are areas that show that if you don't deal with them decisively, you're going to lose money, you're going to end up with unlawful things happening in the department. So those things are receiving attention. And then the last audits and forensic investigations are done by what is called the Provincial Forensic Audits. It's a division. This is an internal audit investigation capacity. Dr. Nembembe was saying we don't have adequate internal investigation capacity. He is right. This is the agency that for years was falling under Treasury, investigating, auditing, but it has now been transferred at the beginning of this term to the Office of the Premier. Firstly, to ensure proper coordination with all investigation agencies, including the audit firms and forensic firms. And secondly, just to make sure there's action and follow-up on every outcome of a forensic investigation. But this unit needs to be beefed up. It works with Mildred's unit. We want to beef it up. We want better capacity that Gauteng government must be able to detect that in its own systems before we get something, the red flag from the agencies and Chapter 9 institutions. We want to be able to do this and act. We also have a war room that's dealing with clean audits, clean governance, and payment of service providers on time. Now, we give a report on how many forensic. Now, this is one area of big interest. This is where we have had forensic investigations that ran over 400, with recommendations that are over 1,000. So we give a report on what has been done on each of these recommendations. Which departments have done what is the backlog, where is action being taken, and where the accounting officer and the MEC are being followed up. So, and that's what takes us to consequence management and resolution. I've already spoken about this as an introduction to this section. I've given you the numbers: 147 criminal cases, over 500 disciplinaries instituted. The conclusion is we can do better if the criminal justice system does its part. That's essentially all the things we are saying here, is that internally we are doing the things we need to do. We can do better if the criminal justice system does its part. So in conclusion, in this report, basically we have been able to say this is not, we are trying to put in place the basics. We are not where we want to be. It's just a contribution to a system-wide intervention, nationwide effort, in line with President Ramaphosa's commitment to stem out the tide of corruption and lay a foundation for an ethical, capable, and developmental state. We know we still have a very long way to go, and I have made this point clear. Our people want to see consequences. They want to see that those who have really this organized crime that about siphoning the resources of the state from both inside and outside, there must be consequences. Yes, it's dangerous. It is dangerous. But there must be consequences if ever the dreams of our democracy are to be retained. Individuals must be willing to risk it, and we thank those civil servants who have really risked it, including those who have paid the price with their lives. They don't deserve to die. We want to strengthen the fight against corruption, strengthen the institutions, and these initiatives are anchored on the work of GIAC, the Ethics Advisory Council, but in partnership with the SIU, the PSC, the PP, AXA, the State Security Agency. And today, we want to publicly include the Department of Public Service and Administration. We want the Department of Justice to come to the board on the criminal justice system, as well as the whistleblower program. Thank you very much. This is the report to the people of Gauteng for 5 years.
I thought you were reaching into your pocket to give me something under the table there. We don't do that. We don't operate like that. Premier David Makhura, everyone. Can you hear his passion about the topic that he's been talking about? Premier, thank you for that. And I was trying to understand the passion that you have about this particular topic. And looking at your background, student activism, I see at some point there are strands of the Pan-Africanist, Azanian leaning. Then there's labor, and Zanele will understand all about how labor tends to orient you in a particular way. And then it made sense. I said to myself, oftentimes we get into debates about whataboutism. Oh yeah, you are focusing on corruption in the public sector. What about Steinhoff? What about, if we were to operate like that, we will not do anything. Because by now we'd still be waiting for Marcus Jooste to go to jail before we can actually say that those who are stealing from our coffers should be taken to task. There's nothing black consciousness about corruption. There simply isn't. It's voodoo black consciousness. And so we should be operating in that way that prioritizes black consciousness. As Professor Falula, who delivered the lecture recently, the Thabo Mbeki annual Africa Day lecture, reminded us that these are values that we hold high ourselves. We are the ones who have set these targets, and we are the ones who should be working to achieve them. So I'm just trying to explain, Premier, my understanding of some of the passion that I see you exude as you talk about these matters, and importantly, highlighting an all-of-society approach to dealing with these issues. So I'm not sure at this point, we are running a bit behind time, so I don't know if I should be a bit of a dictator and say, the tea break shall be had as we continue, or would you, ladies and gentlemen, prefer to have a bit of a break? I'm not sure how to proceed at this point. Working tea. I think let's do working tea. So it is a good point here, Zanele. I think you should come through then and then lead us to the next point of our program, which has to do with Chapter 9 institutions. I don't know how we arrange the tea to be. I think feel free to just go grab a cup of tea and a few eats and come back. Huh? 5 minutes. Okay. It turns out I'm not a great dictator. My co-program director insists that it will work better if we say 5 minutes break and we all get a cup of tea and some, but 5 minutes indeed, so we can proceed. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, whoa. Okay. Good morning, everyone. The dictator is speaking at the moment now, and the dictator decrees that the 5 minutes is up. We do need to catch up a bit of time. We still have, ladies and gentlemen, those who are outside, ladies and gentlemen, it turns out I'm really bad at this dictator thing. So I've been convinced to extend the break. I fought vociferously, but I lost. So I'm extending the break for about 5 more minutes. Would you please just relax, have something to drink, a snack, and then we'll pick up in about 5 minutes. good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I have found my dictatorial voice, and at this point, I will gently nudge everyone, gently, as a dictator would, to please take your seats and let's proceed with our exciting program. I hope that you are energized, and without further ado, I'm going to hand over to my co-program director, Zanele, to pick up the next session. Use this one. That one is...
Okay, at this point, we're going to call on a few organizations that we work with, that the Gauteng department works with, the Gauteng city region works with, to give their response to the two reports that have been presented. And first off is the Public Service Commission. Is he online? He's supposed to be logging in from Cape Town, and that's Dr. Muletsi Lebalo. Is he on? Lebalo. Lebalo. Am I sure? He is connected. Well, yes.
Public Service Act 1994, Public Service Regulations of 2016, Public Finance Management Act, PFMA of 1999, Treasury Regulations of 2002, and Public Audit Act of 2005 have been enacted and applied across the public service. The legislative framework provides for the prevention, detection, and correction of unethical conduct that can materialize because of employees' unethical behavior. The public service regulations provide for, amongst others, the promotion of ethical behavior, prohibition of officials from conducting business with an organ of state, designation of ethics officers, establishment of the Ethics Committee to oversee ethics management and management of conflicts of interest. It is the PSC's observation that in most instances, an unethical conduct or behavior and non-compliance occur because of an employee's failure in complying with the measures and mechanisms which are contained in various legislations and policy frameworks, and also lack of consequence management. Through its monitoring of the Gauteng departments, the PSC has observed the following trends in the area of integrity and ethical management. The Ethical Advocacy Program in the Gauteng province. The PSC has noted that through the Office of the Premier, a lot of work has been done to promote and inculcate the ethical culture in the Gauteng province. The programs range from training, holding seminars, workshops, dialogues, etc., and development of policy framework on ethics management as informed by the enabling legislation. Various structures have been created and strengthened, e.g., departmental ethics committees, ethics officers forum, and the formation of the Gauteng Ethics Advisory Council. Despite the good work being done, the PSC is very concerned that the message has not filtered through the majority of the public servants in the Gauteng province. There were notable lapses which took a peak during the COVID-19 lockdown, resulting in the Gauteng province leading in the PPE scandals. There was, however, some solace through that the Premier of the Gauteng province quickly arrested the situation, which led to high-level investigations by SIU and other law enforcement agencies. This action by the Gauteng Premier saw dismissal of top managers and the institution of the civil proceedings to recover money stolen, as well as the criminal investigation by the SAPS. The PSC has also noted that the following areas need attention. Capacity in the Gauteng departments to deal with integrity management. The PSC is not content with the capacity relating to ethical management, including advocacy and the investigative capacity. Over the years, the PSC has raised the issue of lack of capacity in big departments, that is health, education, roads and transport, infrastructure development, and social development. These departments have high number of employees, stakeholders, and manage huge budgets. Notably, most complaints of irregularities come from these departments. The capacity needed should be developed and form part of the Office of the Premier's integral programs. This has been accentuated by the National Anti-Corruption Strategy 2020-2030, human resources and labor practices. The PSC continuously receives the higher number of complaints on the irregularities related to non-compliance with the regulatory framework governing human resources management and administration and labor relations. These complaints range from the non-compliance with the recruitment and selection processes, mismanagement of overtime, irregular salary upgrades, and longer acting periods than the one prescribed in the regulations, amongst others. The unethical behavior that the PSC has noted are the employees who failed to conclude their performance agreements and expect to be fully rewarded by the employer when it comes to pay progressions. This clearly shows lack of accountability in these employees. In respect of labor relations, predominantly the complaints relate to unfair treatments of the employees, harassment and victimization, long suspensions which are beyond the prescribed period of 60 days in the disciplinary codes and procedures, just to name a few. Financial disclosure framework. The PSC has noted remarkable improvement in the disclosure of the senior managers. It has seen a significant decrease in the senior employees conducting business with the state because of the vigorous process of verifying the interest disclosed by the senior managers. Nonetheless, there's still greater concern that at the junior level of the employees, the disclosure of interest and the verification thereof is still not at the desirable level. Of more concern are the big departments, health and education. The PSC has detected that there are many employees in these two departments who are conducting business with the state, and they are getting away with it because of lack of detection systems. It is therefore crucial that all the Gauteng departments have the capability to detect the employees doing business with the state because they are in violation of the prescripts. The PSC will also place focus in ensuring that in its verification process of the senior employees, it flagged senior managers who should be subjected to lifestyle audit. In this instance, it will be managers who appear to be living way beyond their means with inexplicable incomes. Remunerative work outside the employee's employment. The PSC has noted that the application process for the approval to perform remunerative work outside the employee's employment is delayed in the department until the employees resort to deeming provisions of conducting remunerative work outside the public service. It is only then that the managers begin to detect challenges regarding the performance of the employees in the department, as more focus is placed on the private interests of the employees than official duties. In conclusion, the PSC has just highlighted few areas of concerns. However, more focus is still needed in strengthening the ethics management in the Gauteng province. For example, lack of protection of the whistleblower is still a worrisome area in light of the incidents that has previously occurred, e.g. the killing of whistleblowers. The mechanisms to protect whistleblowers need urgent attention. The PSC only calls for the high maintenance of high standard of professional ethics as outlined in Section 195 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, 1996. Thank you. This is my presentation. Ke a leboga, ngiyabonga.
Thank you. Next, we'll have the head of the SIU, Advocate Andy Mutibi, who is going to who's going to respond to the report. Advocate, my dictatorial co-MC says to remind you that you should make it in 10 minutes or less.
Premier, the honorable MECs, the members of the legislature, members of the Ethics Advisory Council, the acting DG, HODs, my colleagues in various agencies and the Chapter 9 institutions, Public Protector, DPSA, AG, PSC, SSA, and my colleagues in the SIU. I send the greetings. Premier, it's really our delight and pleasure to have been invited to come and witness this very important occasion of launching the integrity report. We would like to just continuously really pledge our support on the anti-corruption work that's been done by the provincial government. And as the Special Investigating Unit, we've really, I would say, partnered, and use that word guardedly. We've partnered, of course, with the Gauteng government in the fight against corruption. We started quite a while back on the basis of the work that the SIU does. In terms of the legislation that enables our work, which is the Special Investigating Units and Special Tribunals Act, 74 of 1996, we do our work based on the allegations that we receive, process those allegations according to the legal standards applicable to SIU, and process them through to the President to sign, and we kick off our formal investigation, and we reach the outcomes which I will, at a high level, just indicate on. But the other way of getting into state institutions, departments, SOEs, and so on, is through what the legislation calls secondment. And we have done secondment agreements with the Gauteng provincial government, Office of the Premier in particular. That has really been a model that, in our view, could be replicated in other provinces. Because we have seen the results today. I'll never go into all those cases. You'll see them in the report. You'll see the kind of results we have reached, the outcomes that we have reached, and it is so important that those outcomes are acted upon. And we have seen consequence management being meted out in the province. Premier, I would like to just pick up on some of the key processes of the secondments. Covers all those areas that are reported on, but of really to pick up was the area which we started off a while back around the medico-legals. The medico-legal is one of the areas where government in general is bleeding. So the work that we did in the province based on the secondment agreement that we did, Premier, you would be pleased to know that it has actually informed us to draft a national proclamation, which is now in the process of being signed by the President. Yeah, so that national proclamation is going to enable us to investigate similar medico-legal matters across government. And really that has been a good model that we started in Gauteng. Of course, the other one that's really known is that on a secondment basis that we started was around these PPE investigations. And by the way, the head of the head of the SIU Gauteng office is here, is the acting head, Mr. Segren Reddy, and his team have started on the PPE side. You'll be glad to know that we started with the provincial government on a secondment basis. And again, part of what we observed is that, of course, we started receiving, allegations from other provinces, but that also culminated into a national proclamation which the President signed. And when the President announced, he clearly indicated the kind of impetus that we needed to put behind that proclamation. And it really gives me a pleasure, Honorable Premier, that we have shown the results, and really now what we need is the consequence management that should follow, and to ensure that we deter all of those who would be corrupt or those who could even have an intention of committing similar offenses. I'd like to just pick up on the accountability. My colleague, Mr. Nombembe, mentioned that around the accountability, once we reach the outcomes, all we really want to make sure is that there's accountability in the system based on the evidence that we have gathered. I mean, as my colleague, Mr. Khanyago, always says, publicly, this is how we communicate, that our work is allegation, our investigations are allegations based, and our findings are based on evidence. And he always says, when we investigate, we don't investigate people, we investigate processes, and if the process picks you up in the process, and then we really have to approach you, you know? So those, the accountability in the system is at all levels. And I mean, from officials, Mr. Nombembe mentioned the issue around the executive authorities, the accounting authorities as well, who are, and then the accounting officers, which are the HODs and so on. But I think it's very important. I think our legal system is evolving. We've had one High Court case. There's a possibility of another High Court case that could be heard soon. And I think in that case, we will really know in so many ways really around the accountability framework at all levels, but in particular the executive authority level. So I think it's very, very critical to know that when we do really the work is on the other hand to ensure that the frameworks are clearly pointed out. Just looking at the time, there's a report that you will see, and most of the investigations are really around procurement processes. And there's a clear reason why. That those who are corrupt, they circle around the money. And the money back is at procurement level. And we deal with a whole range of issues there, you know. Wanton disregard of policies and the law, but there's an issue that we're really grappling with, which is collusion. Collusion of officials and private sector companies, you know. And to crack that requires really incisive and effective investigation. Collusion is an issue in the system, but we continue to make sure that we investigate appropriately on that. Vetting and integrity, Premier, you touched on that. Lifestyle assessments, we also play a role in that. But of course, my colleague, Dr. Wochenrath, will touch on that. On the civil recovery part, I would like to just pick up quickly on that. On the civil recovery side, which is really an end-to-end process that we control ourselves. The others, when we find criminal evidence, we hand over to NPA, and we're working with them. We want to see those who are corrupt prosecuted. We hand over disciplinary matters. We also hand over to other regulatory authorities. But the recovery of monies, the civil procedure, we start it from the beginning to the end. And as Premier indicated, we now go to the special tribunal, which has proved to be such a very important tool in the fight against corruption of the nation when it comes to recoveries. But in the process of going towards recovery, we also do what? We reserve assets, we preserve assets. And Premier, you mentioned someone who resigns in the face of disciplinary process. We've introduced an action now that when we see an official resigning in the face of consequence management, we freeze the pension. There's an important case that has been decided upon recently. Someone in the office of the state attorney who was involved in the state attorney also servicing Gauteng. The pension of that official has been freezed. In fact, he's now been ordered to pay about 4.2 million back, and the pension will be forfeited as well. So that's one of the examples, but and we do that quite effectively. The last part on the prevention side, just to add on, and Premier will agree 100% that over and above countermeasures, we really have to play a role on the proactive measures, which is prevention. We, as SIU, would like to support and partner with the province on the corruption prevention measures around detection, of course, around prevention, and of course, when it goes over into investigation and all the actions that follow. On that part, we are piloting some of the data analytics program. And the data analytics is one of the innovative programs that we are running. And we're running that in what we call the sector approach to the fight against corruption. I mean, Mark Haywood and the other civil organizations will know, we have adopted as part of the anti-corruption task team, based on the National Anti-Corruption Strategy, in particular Pillar 6 of the strategy, where we're dealing with vulnerable sectors. Now we have adopted a sector approach, and we've started with the health sector. We've created a health sector anti-corruption forum, which the president launched in 2019. It includes business, it includes civil organizations, government, and so on. So in that project, we are running an analytics program. The other one that we have launched as a forum is the Infrastructure Build Anti-Corruption Forum in Minister Delil's area. And in that area as well, we are running an analytics program. There are going to be pilot analytics programs, and what they are going to do is the following. Once we run the analytics, they will then tell us the corruption risk exposures. You know, I'm really glad that the Gauteng province has also identified ethics risk as one of the risk types. You know, so corruption risk exposures are going to be determined as part of that analytics, and then we are able to show it back to government and say, these are the exposures based on the analytics, and this is the improvements that you need to make on the control environment, risk management planning, and so on. So in closing, we would like to thank you very much, Honorable Premier, Honorable MECs. We look really forward to continuing to be a critical part of the fight against corruption in the province and in the country. Thank you.
Advocate, is this your mask?
Thanks.
Yeah. Chula Sizwe is threatening to have you arrested for not having a mask in an indoor venue. The SIU has actually had an MOU with the Gauteng City region since 2018. Recently, there was another MOU signed with the Office of the Public Protector. This was as recent as March. And so from her office, we have a representative, Ms. Winnie Manyatela, to come and respond.
Thank you, program directors. As already the program writer has indicated, my name is Winnie Manyatela. I'm the provincial representative in the Office of the Public Protector in Gauteng. I wish to acknowledge the Premier, the members of the Executive Council present, the acting DG, members of legislature, members of the Gauteng Ethics Advisory Council, all HODs present, the Public Service Commission, AGSA, members of civil society, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. Premier, thank you very much for affording the Office of the Public Protector the opportunity to be a part of this milestone and witnessing the work done by the Gauteng provincial government in an effort to eradicate all forms of corruption in the province and in launching the first State of Integrity and Anti-Corruption report. I wish to congratulate you on that, Premier. And the executive, thank you. The Public Protector is a guardian of the Constitution enshrined in Chapter 9, Section 181 of the Constitution. The Public Protector is mandated to investigate any malfeasance, improper conduct in any state affairs or public administration, report on it, and take remedial action on it. The Public Protector has also a mandate to conduct investigations under the Executive Members Ethics Act and is also a haven for whistleblowers under the Protectors Disclosures Act. When we conduct our investigation of this public protector, we look at 4 things. What happened? What should have happened? Is there a discrepancy between what happened and what should have happened? And we remedy the situation. In terms of the Public Protector's Vision 2020 ways of dealing with issues of fraud and corruption in the SCM process, especially the Department of Health. The issues that we are also investigating is the issue of the irregular awarding of tenders, irregular procurement processes, irregular appointments, abuse of power, corruption and interference by the MMCs, failure to enforce bylaws, and due delays to respond to queries. As we reflect on the work done by the Public Protector over the years, and taking into account the matters we receive for investigation, the Public Protector and the Premier saw a need to strengthen, collaborate, cooperate on issues of mutual interest by formalizing a working relationship between the 2 institutions to assist each other with any investigation, information, and evidence that any party might have at their disposal. The collaboration was cemented by the signing of the MOU by the Public Protector and the Premier on the 11th of March, which was the first of its kind in the country. The MOU encourages cooperation between the Public Protector and the Premier in the Gauteng provincial departments and organs of state. The MOU further commits the 2 institutions to the eradication, corruption, and maladministration in state institutions, thereby creating a culture of integrity in government, business, and civil society. In strengthening the working relationship, the Premier's office is able to ensure the implementation of the remedial action of the PP and report regularly on the implementation thereof. The Premier's already indicated that they are implementing the remedial action of the PP. Also, in an effort to build in partnerships with the Public Protector, the PP has collaborated with other Chapter 9 institutions and also entered into various MOUs with the Gauteng Provincial Legislature, COGTA, AG, the FIC, etc. But there are so many MOUs that we entered into with various institutions to ensure that we collaborate and we get rid of all this corruption that is happening in our country. Further, there is also a need for regular interaction by all institutions, including the civil society, to ensure a corrupt-free government that works for the people without fear or favor. We need to have a government that strives for collective effort, a government that is responsive, accountable, consensus-driven, inclusive of the needs of its people, transparent, effective and efficient, but most importantly, a government that follows rule of law. In that way, there will be no room for corrupt officials and the corruption will be minimized. The rule of law applies equally to everyone without any exceptions. Hence, it is imperative that we make it a habit of reporting and blowing the whistle on corruption and any malfeasance or suspicious conduct to the relevant authorities. All stakeholders need to come together and play their respective roles and further ensure that the perpetrators of corruption are thrown in jail and not only serve time, but there must be recovery of those monies that they looted from state coffers. I'm not even going to get into the effect of corruption in our country. The Premier's already set a mouthful with regards to the issue of this issue of corruption. But this is where we also need the criminal justice system to play a pivotal role in the eradication of corruption. Dr. Nombembe also spoke about the issue of protection, the protecting of the whistleblowers. But are we doing enough to protect them? There is enough information in the general public which indicate that the activities of corruption are rife, but we need to find a way to make sure that the whistleblowers feel safe to come through and indicate the corruption that is happening in our country. As I indicated earlier, we all have a role to play, and it begins with all of us in here. We need to pause and reflect on the institutions that we are currently serving and ask ourselves, is the rule of law effectively and efficiently applied? What is the state of governance in our respective institutions? And are we alive to the fact that when governance collapses, systems become susceptible to corruption? Working together and continually strengthening working relations is of paramount importance. The Gauteng Advisory Council will be looking at the reports that the Public Protector will be issuing in terms of the implementation thereof. We all know by now that in terms of the court judgment, the Public Protector's remedial action is binding up until it's taken on review in court. In an effort to assist state institutions, amongst others, the issue of in an effort to assist state institutions with, amongst others, issues of clean governance, before the Public Protector can issue a formal report, we have what we call a provisional report. We call it a Section 79 report. In terms of this report, we give government institutions, all state institutions, an opportunity to respond to the intended remedial action of the Public Protector. This is where we are going to request, Premier, the assistance of all the officials in all head of institutions when we are issuing these reports. In a way, this will eradicate a situation where the Public Protector would have released a report and there is a big battle in court where state monies is being used. And there's nothing wrong with anyone taking the Public Protector's report on review. But that can be avoided if all institutions, if all parties can sit together and deal with the issue of the remedial action of the Public Protector. In conclusion, the Public Protector is available to present their report at the Gauteng province. The Public Protector is available to represent her report to various portfolio committees and other oversight bodies in the province, and would want to partner with various departments for advocacy and outreach sessions. We have already signed an MOU with the Gauteng Provincial Legislature. We are partnering with them in terms of doing outreach. As and when we have outreach activities, we are invited and we also invite them. I believe that we all have the power to eradicate corruption in our province and in our country, as long as there is a determination to do so and we work together. Finally, thank you. In conclusion, our ethical conduct must be in line with the responsibilities entrusted upon us by our people and our communities, where we continuously provide good services and clean governance in line with the Constitution. And we lead by example where our ethical conduct is beyond reproach. I thank you.
Thank you so much. From the Office of the Auditor General, the Johannesburg officer, the Johannesburg office. Oh, through you, Premier, I'm going to ask MEC Lusufi to write down the names of the noisemakers. Welcome, Miss Melissa McCarthy from the Auditor General. I suppose you don't have to do that. I can see who the noisemaker is.
Good afternoon, Honourable Premier, Honourable MECs, members of the Gauteng Ethics and Advisory Council, leaders of departments and entities, colleagues from other Chapter 9 institutions, members of committees, and all those present today, all protocol observed. My name is Melissa McCarthy. I'm from the Auditor General's Office, the Johannesburg office, As the AXA, we are honored to be part of and participate in this important launch of the two reports that focuses on values and principles that we can easily relate to as an organization, that being clean governance, integrity, zero tolerance to corruption, consequence for wrongdoing, and ethical leadership. We are encouraged by the tone of the leadership of Gauteng that demonstrates a commitment to build and rebuild trust with society, eradicate corruption, and promote integrity and ethics in the Gauteng province through initiatives like this. Through collaborative efforts with all those involved, a regular assessment of the state of integrity and corruption in the province should yield results, allowing for greater monitoring, accountability, and transparency. It will also further empower the public with knowledge and encourage public officials to report on corrupt activities. In line with the Auditor General's mandate, our vision, and the work that we do, we support the provincial leadership in promoting clean governance and accountability through anti-corruption initiatives that strives to achieve a society free of corruption. And further to that, it ultimately should ensure that the lived realities of citizens are impacted positively by ensuring basic services are delivered to even the most vulnerable, rather than having corrupt activities deprive them of that. This is further aligned to the Auditor General's Culture Shift 2030 strategy that focuses on the lived realities of citizens. The audit outcomes, as reflected in the reports tabled today, and as highlighted by the Premier earlier on, indicates a message of hope, possibilities, and potential. Obviously focusing on the audits that have that achieved clean audit outcomes, but where more work and intervention is required are those who have not moved, who tend to stay in your amber area and in your red areas, and where non-compliance act still remains the predominant contributor for prohibiting them from moving and improving their audit outcomes. With that said, the work we've been doing on our material irregularity process has identified that there are material irregularities that exist in some of the departments where work has been done. But what gives us comfort in terms of the work that we've done with departments is that accounting officers are taking actions to try and address these material irregularities, and some of it also recover some of the losses that have been incurred. And as the audit office of the Gauteng province, we will continue to follow up on the actions taken by accounting officers to ensure they are doing what they need to. And it also enables oversight to do what it also enables oversight and supports oversight to hold the officials accountable. So with that said, Honourable Premier, we wish the Gauteng leadership all the best in seeing the success factors of the strategy come to pass. We are encouraged by the work that the Gauteng leadership is doing and the progress made thus far. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that input from the Auditor General there. We're going to have to move swiftly to the next phase, but just to say quickly, the importance of our Chapter 9 institutions was recently highlighted to me reading the first certification judgment. We sort of know that they are important, but we never really think about it. Until I read the certification judgment, the first one. Long ago, a man called Cyril Ramaphosa headed up the Constitutional Assembly in Parliament. Went excitedly thinking, my work is done, I'm about to deliver this constitution. And the judge just looked him in the eye and said, sorry, no, go back and redo. And the main gripe they had with that first draft that they had was that it didn't afford enough protection for the public protector, one of the Chapter 9 institutions. The penny dropped with me when I read that it was that important in terms of the infrastructure and you know, the ecosystem of our democracy being able to clean itself, as they say the ocean does. So these institutions, critical to what we do. We are not playing Fafi here, Premier. We are governing here. We are governing in terms of a scheme that's meant to last beyond us, generations to come. All right, that's me trying to be a speaker. At this point, let me call up our panel so that we just wrap it up nicely with perspectives from various people. I'd like to call to the stage Rabbi Gideon Pogrund from Gibbs. Please come and join us on the stage. Dr. Sam Goma, please would you come up and join us for this discussion. Professor Natasha Holzhausen, please do come to the stage as well. And Mr. David Lewis, I understand, joins us virtually. And I'm going to ask the team to be able to just show us so that we can engage him as well. He is a member of the Gauteng Ethics Advisory Council, as well as Dr. Wochenrad Vermaak, Solomon Wochenrad Vermaak. Please do join us on stage. We're going to have a bit of a challenge with the mic. Oh, okay, all right. Yeah, please, yeah. You preempted me very well. Oh, I just want to check Mr. Stanley Ngobeni, Provincial Audit Committee Chairperson. I'm terribly sorry. Please do come to the stage and join us as well. Mr. Ngobeni, is he here? Okay. As soon as we get a signal that he is around, we will then add him to the panel. In fact, we'll make provision for that immediately. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. A round of applause for our panelists, please. My apologies. So we've heard a lot, and I think we just want to highlight the main takeouts. My understanding is that you have all been favored with the report at some point and have had the opportunity to read it. Let me try and start with you, Mr. David Lewis, because you join us virtually. Just from your perspective, from what you've heard this morning, the two reports and the work of the Ethics Advisory Council and reporting and biannually and biannually to the public. How important a ritual is that? Also aligning it with the work that you do in your other capacity at Corruption Watch, where I believe you come across trends of concern to the public in as far as corruption is concerned, but you also have the opportunity in your other capacity now with the GEAC. So how important a ritual is this public reporting on these issues of corruption and how they are being tackled?
Thank you, Thulasizwe. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah. You know, I should just correct something first. I'm no longer at Corruption Watch, but obviously spent 10 years there and have learned a lot from that experience. And you know, what I have learned relevant to your question is that when you're tackling an issue as complex, as pervasive, as dangerous, as undermining of public trust and service delivery as corruption, you require maximum public support. And really that's the way, I guess, Corruption Watch approached its task, was to make as much noise as possible in order to keep the public as well informed as possible. And you know, you can engage in as many as much advertising as you want, as many billboards as you want, issue as many reports as you want. If you don't learn to work together with the media, you will never engage with the public. And you can only work with the media by respecting the media and having regard for everything from their deadlines to their integrity. I'm sure the media, like, every other institution in the country, has its own share of unethical people and crooks, but by and large, they're to be treated as people who want to do the job of informing the public. And, they may take issue with you. They may not always necessarily agree with you. But even when they do that, because of the imperative to keep the public informed and on side, it's absolutely vital in fighting an institution, fighting a phenomenon like corruption, that the public be informed. So I think that reports like this that are made public are important. Meetings, functions like this are important. I think people should speak for slightly less time at them, but it's really important to engage with the public, and the public are best engaged and most effectively engaged through the media, which is why freedom of the media is such an important aspect of our constitutional dispensation. Thank you.
Here. Thank you for that, Mr. David Lewis. Yeah, you were at Corruption Watch for so long, you became a Corruption Watch, so it almost rolls off the tongue, which is a good thing. It's not a bad thing at all. Let me just give my panelists who are on stage here just a moment for your own, initial reflections. Rabbi, if I can start with you. Your own initial reflections on this report. We've heard a lot today about what the Premier was talking about, that not only issues of dealing with corruption once it has happened, but actually engendering a culture of ethical behavior and integrity. From what you've heard this morning, from the report to the extent that you've been able to get a glimpse of it, what are your initial thoughts?
Thank you. So, two basic thoughts in response to your question. The first, and I think very much echoing what the Premier said, is that fighting corruption isn't only about combating what's negative, it's also about emphasizing positive values. I run a center at a business school, so my perspective is, I suppose, around the business community. And we see often in organizations that there can be this mistake of focusing on compliance but not on ethics. And the problem with that is that you can have the best rules in the world, the most elaborate rules and requirements, but if people don't buy into the underlying values, they're going to find a way of circumventing or transgressing those rules. We see it in our country. We have the best, or one of the best constitutions in the world. But if leaders don't embody the values in the Constitution, then we have corruption and all sorts of bad behaviors. In the same way in organizations, you can have the best codes, you can have the best policies, you can be subject to a very progressive report like King, but if people don't buy into the underlying values, if there isn't an emphasis on ethics as opposed to merely on compliance, then you're not going to defeat the problem. So that's my first thought. The second, again, coming with a perspective about business, and again, perhaps in line with what the Premier said about partnership, a nationwide effort, dreams of democracy, I think we've long reached the point where it's obvious to say that corruption is not only a public sector problem. Corruption is also a private sector problem. That's something which I think is now very obvious. If anyone wants to throw a stone and point an accusatory finger, they do so from a glass house. You spoke earlier about the problem of whatsaboutism. So in that spirit, the work that we do is very much about trying to encourage business to focus on corruption within its sector and to look at how we can work with government and civil society to fight this nationwide problem.
Thank you for that. Thank you for those thoughts. Stanley Ngobeni, I'm going to come to you, Provincial Audit Committee Chairperson. How much of what you heard this morning and what you are reading in the reports lines up with your areas of concern, but also your thinking around solutions to issues of the integrity with which public servants work, civil servants work, the prudence with which they deal with public finances, but also the systems then that hold them in check to the extent that they are failures?
Thank you so very much, and let me also acknowledge the Premier and the MECs in the room, and also the Advisory Council. I think from my side, let me first start by sharing the internal workings and the alignment to what you have heard here. I think the stats, as scary as they are for the Provincial Audit Committee, it's something that we are aware of. That's number one. I must say we have moved a long way to be where we are, but here are our issues. I think, Honorable Premier, as much as we have recorded quite impressive movement insofar as the audit opinions, the Provincial Audit Committee's concern is in and around how do we then align these improved audits with what we see. One example is the irregular expenditure book, which is very far high, and it's very much linked to the ethics that we're talking about. That's one. Number two, the chair was very clear on what we call an effective investigation capacity. We are very, very concerned, and that's one of the issues, Premier, you can be rest assured, come the end of this month, we'll be escalating via the MEC of Treasury a concern around that very same space. What are we saying? We are saying, one, in terms of the numbers, the number of investigators that need to support the unit that Mildred is coordinating, skill sets, and also the quality of the reports. I mean, these things must end up with with consequence management. And the second issue, I think it's aligned to the report of the Premier as well, it's the consequence management. What are the issues for us? And those are the things that we are focusing on, by the way, Honorable Premier, on a quarter-to-quarter basis. The speed in which the recommendations of these investigations are being implemented, the aging of the investigations. Some of them, they took too long, and people end up running out of the public service before things are being acted on. I think the other issue that I wanted to, Chair, I wanted to conclude on, what is it that we'll be doing differently or to add to what we are doing? We've already started a process to get internal audit. I think the Premier is quite clear that auditors are also investigators. To process all this through an amended internal audit plans, just to look to zoom into the issues of ethics. We will be also focusing on the ethics risk assessment, its monitoring and reporting back to the MECs on a quarterly basis. I think the other issue that is not, we're lacking behind as a province is the establishment of effective internal control units, just to address the issue of the proactive proactive and proactive control in that regard. I think in conclusion, I think from our side, we'll continue to engage with the team on a quarterly basis, engage our MECs. I think the MECs are here, and I must thank the organizer of this session for them to at least interact. I've got the other chairpersons at the back who will then introduce them as the session concludes. Thank you so very much, Chair.
Wow, thank you. Thank you very much for that, and I like the frankness with which you deal with these matters. Dr. Sam Koma, you and I talk quite a lot elsewhere in my other life. Just tell me your thinking around what's your thinking about what this kind of architecture that the provincial government in Gauteng has put in place, where there's a unit within the Premier's office, a directorate, but also an ethics advisory council, which is civil society oriented in nature. One of my instincts, one of them, is to say it's a great thing, but it adds to infrastructure we already have in as far as mechanisms to ensure that, you know, there's proper management of public finances, lines of reporting and accountability, as well as consequence management. So what does this add, this kind of public reporting, this infrastructure that we're talking of, what does it add that we didn't have?
Oh yeah. Thanks, Tulas. Many thanks to the Office of the Premier for the invite. I think we all agree that tackling corruption require a multi-pronged, multi-dimensional strategy. And this is evident in the sense that the Gauteng provincial government has been leading the way in tackling corruption through setting up the Ethics Advisory Council, and also through internally designating ethics officers, and also ensuring that it is able to strengthen and resource the internal audits units, and also in terms of providing ongoing capacity development. So this is how corruption needs to be tackled. You require a combination of measures. Some are legal, constitutional, but you also require the involvement of civil society. Your Ethics Institute, for example, that is running the certification of ethics officers programs. You also need the role of non-state actors, the public universities, for example, your Corruption Watch, for example, your CASAC, a whole range of other stakeholders need to be involved in the mobilization of this intellectual capital, these resources that are required to tackle corruption. So the Gauteng government needs to be commended in its efforts to demonstrate that it is committed to root out corruption, but also to ensure that it executes consequences management. And I'm glad that since our last gathering last year around April, when we were all shocked and also trying to diagnose what went wrong with the release of the SIU investigation, which looked into the PPE, procurement corruption in Gauteng. If you read the two reports that have been tabled today, we realize that there has been remarkable progress and achievements in actioning some of the referrals that were made by the SIU, in recovering some of the stolen funds through the special tribunal, and also in terms of actioning the disciplinary measures which were also made by the SIU. So I think that tells us that, of course, there's still a lot of work that needs to be done, but I think there is progress, there is forward movement, and my message to all the accounting officers, the CFOs, is to learn that the blatant disregard of the PFMA, the MFMA, is punishable by law. If you don't believe that, you have to follow the recent arrests and criminal prosecutions of the former executives of Transnet, okay? So that may also haunt you sometime in future if you don't learn from this particular criminal case that has been brought before the court through the investigating unit of the NPA, and of course through collaborating with the Hawks. Thanks.
Thank you for that. And that sets it up nicely for me to come to you, Dr. Wochenrad Vermaak. I got that right. Doc, are you seeing an emergence of a cadre in our civil servants, civil service that is motivated not by fear of what Dr. Goma is saying, as important as it is, that there will be consequences that may follow you even after you've left the public service, but that is motivated by this other factor that the Premier was talking about, that a culture of ethical ways of doing things, a cadre that is emerging from what sometimes seems to have been systemic, that this is how we do things. When there's a tender, you find a way not to have the process run its full course. You just call a few of your friends, even reach out to them via WhatsApp and say, you know, there's a tender here that you can get. What's your thinking around, is there a cadre that we would be proud of that is emerging?
Thank you. Let me also honor the Premier, the MECs, and all the other distinguished guests here. I'm an optimist. I'm always an optimist. I don't think we have a systemic culture of corruption in the public service. There's a good number of teachers, policemen, doctors, people working at Home Affairs that really do the right thing and that really want to make a difference. Sometimes I think people get into trouble because they do not follow the law. They get pushed and punished, and then they don't toe the line. But my honest opinion is that there's still a good number of public servants that want to do the right thing, and that just needs to be nudged in the right direction. And forums like this is exactly what we need to remind them of why they are a public servant. It's to serve the people and to deliver a service. So we are currently finalizing a survey that we've done on the 3 levels of government with the assistance of the Ethics Institute. And it was so good to see that public servants still want to make a difference, and that 98% of those who responded, and a good number of them are from the Gauteng province, indicated that they are willing to go through lifestyle audits, which means to me that they don't have things to hide. It's the small number of people that really give the rest a very bad name. And I may be prejudiced also because I am 30 years a public servant. So I also talk from that perspective. But I honestly, even if you look at the pandemic, a number of public servants gave their lives for service delivery. So I think we must concentrate on the good ones and build them, like the Premier said this morning, so that we can have stronger systems and a legacy in place.
Thank you for that. Prof. Holzhausen, my question for you is actually quite simple. I assume that you willing to lend your name and credibility to this project means something. Why should South Africans have faith based on your faith that allowed you to lend your good name and credibility to this? Why is this something worth your energy and investing in, and therefore worthy for South Africans?
Tula, that is quite a mouthful from you, thank you. So why do I believe in this? Because if we consider, for example, principles of good governance, and we consider specifically this province, and I really believe that the province is setting an example. Yes, we've had a number of setbacks in terms of what happened during COVID, but in the end, and this comes to good governance, we are transparent. And the Gauteng provincial government is transparent. We don't pretend to be, and you will notice that I use we, because although I am an academic, I wear many hats, and I represent civil society. And I am a trainer, I'm all of those, but I believe that we are transparent, and that is what we need. And also that we are not afraid to admit failures, and that we are willing to work together. I think that is very clear from all the various discussions. And I believe that South African citizens will always have a role to play. You know, Martin Luther King said, time is always right to do what is right. It's never too late. So whether, and this could be a debate, if corruption is systemic or not, and then we go back into our history, I believe in this country, and I believe in this government, and I fully believe that if we can work together, and if we do not merely take part in exercises as compliance so that it becomes a tick box exercise, then we can really see the change. We can really see the difference. And then also celebrating the successes. Gideon, I think you mentioned it as well, where if we think of the state of whistleblowers, I am going to, because it's my life's work, is to consider the protection of whistleblowers. So how do we protect them? And we have some plans. We are working towards that. And I believe that if we together try to root out the so-called cancer of corruption, we can do it. So that's why I gladly would add my name and my reputation and state my reputation on this, because I believe in the country, its people, and the leadership, specifically the province.
All right, I will come back to you on that issue of protection of whistleblowers, as well as something else that was mentioned, I think, by Dr. Terence Nombembe about executive accountability and awareness without being too much by way of interfering. David Lewis, would you weigh in on survey after survey tells us that South Africans, to put it colloquially, want to see people in orange jumpsuits. And that's really talking about, yes, we hear all these processes, the audit committee is asking the right questions, the Gauteng Ethics Advisory Council is, keeping government in check and red flagging all of these issues. But when I was seeing people going to jail, with the result that when those Transnet executives were arrested, you heard a certain level of applause. We don't know what the outcome will be, whether they'll be found guilty or not, but people were just saying, at least someone is getting arrested in line with this. So using these mechanisms that are in place now, including the Ethics Advisory Council, as well as regular reporting, as well as the other measures that the Premier was outlining that are in place, how closer does this get us to pathways that lead to people that need to be in orange jumpsuits being in orange jumpsuits?
Well, it gets us closer. There's no question about it. And there's also no question about it that for the South African public, consequence management, as we somewhat euphemistically call it, is what is really going to make the difference between them believing that there is the political will to fight corruption and that there isn't, which is not to say that decisions to prosecute or arrest should be political decisions, and they're not. But it's not for nothing that people have cheered the arrest of the people in the Free State involved in the asbestos story, who have cheered the current arrests of Transnet people. I think that people had underestimated the extent to which the NPA and the Hawks were severely damaged during the state capture years, and the extent to which they're still in the phase of recuperation and recovery. And I think people also underestimate what it takes to mount a complex white-collar criminal investigation. So it's going to be a long time before those people are in jail. But in the meantime, they're put out of public commission, if you like. And what everybody suspects about them, and the evidence led before the Zondo Commission has deepened the suspicion holds. And I think that people are very pleased about it. I think this is also going to be matched by more rapid disciplinary procedures. There are few things that offend people more than somebody being on suspension for 2 or 3 years on full pay. and waiting for the outcome of a disciplinary procedure. So that has to be done as well. And then to say, finally about this, that we have to think about retribution, both criminal retribution, civil retribution, and disciplinary retribution. And we also have to think about dealing with the individual, but dealing with systemic corruption. I think it's not right that there is no systemic corruption in this country. You think that when a traffic cop approaches you for a cool drink, that there is not a whole system of corruption within the Metro Police, of which he is just the last, or she is just the last person that the public meet. There is an entire system that needs to be uprooted in each of these institutions, which is why I want to say that if we have an elite anti-corruption organization in this country, it has turned out to be the SIU. And that's because even though a weakness of the SIU is that they can't prosecute, they can intervene and investigate systems of corruption, which the other criminal justice institutions don't do. But the SIU is an example of how competent ethical leadership can really turn an organization into one that the public will thank and that the public will respect, just as we've seen other institutions who have had good ethical leadership, but where that has been replaced by unethical and incompetent leadership, how the organization in question has collapsed so quickly. So yes, I think consequence management is absolutely of the essence, but it should be not only viewed as people in orange jumpsuits, although that's very, very important and it's what the public want to see, but also the investigation of systems, the institution of criminal action, the institution of civil action, the institution of disciplinary action. And we should look at the institutions that are responsible for them and make these a priority in our development, with, I think, the SIU showing the way to the Hawks and the NPA about what can be done if you just buckle down and do it.
Well, you are not with us in this room, Mr. Lewis. I can tell you, Advocate Andy Motibi has to be excused and leave us, but he was in the room just long enough to hear you say that, what you are saying. Advocate, my apologies for putting you on the spotlight like that. Stanley Ngobeni, so sometimes I think about, you don't wake up and it's state capture so brazen that people think that they can take an entire SOE's procurement power and muscle and make it their own personal piggy bank. There's a scale to these things. It starts out as signing off on, something you should not have signed off on while you sit doing your work within the public service, et cetera, et cetera. Within audits, if we are doing all of this work, why are we sitting with irregular expenditure, as the Auditor General tells us? And I get emotional when I think about it sometimes, that the late Auditor General, the number of times he just kept coming back to say, guys, this is not improving, it's regressing. It's not improving, it's regressing. Tsakani Maluleke is in the position now, and I have a feeling that she's going to be singing that chorus quite a bit. Why are we close to 200 billion rand if you combine national, provincial, as well as local government? 167 billion rand national and provincial, about 26 billion rand from the last reports as far as local government is concerned.
Thank you so very much for that question. I think it's a question that Honorable Premier, it's one of the DG will tell you, it's one of the issues that I raise after each and every audit cycle. I think for me to celebrate the 5 clean audits currently, it's not something that I celebrate for that fact. It's one thing to have a clean audit. Does it translate to service delivery on the ground? That's one. And does it translate into clean governance? So if I were to go back to your question, I think for us, we are saying investigations are appreciated, but prevention is better than cure. The issue there is adequacy of our controls. Are they in place? And if they are in place, I think you have heard everyone in the room, especially the presenters, talking about the existence of policies, the existence of procedures. But the question thereof is the implementation of it. And when it comes to implementation, any transgressions, are we taking actions? And that has been lacking, let's be honest. And I was quite comforted, Honorable Premier, when you spoke to both the lower level in terms of these disclosures. Our problems here in the province, it's not mainly on top. There are issues on top, but the people on down below are also deserving some attention, whether we like it or not, and that is an issue. I think if I were to also pick up, there were interesting stats that were brought in here in the report. And for us, it will also be going back and prioritizing those rescue departments. I won't mention my MECs here, but they know it's prioritizing them from the audit committee point of view. I think it's safe to say the MEC for Treasury has already agreed in principle on which ones to prioritize, and we will be moving right along. I think lastly, going back to your question in terms of one deals with the controls, the investigation. In this case, these irregular expenditures, staggering as they are, timing is everything. The sooner the speed in which the investigations are conducted, and that being cleared, and it's not easy to justify the current irregular expenditure trend to the public. I mean, if the AG, Melissa and the team, they go out and present a picture to say the current year's irregular expenditure is this much, and that is aligned to what? My grandmother will then align that to looting, stealing, correctly or rightly, it is a fact, and we need to deal with that. Thank you so very much.
Professor Thousand, let me come to you, and then Dr. Goma, I will come to you next. Prof, the issue you raised around whistleblowers, this evokes images from sport, right? That when you see a foul being committed, you blow the whistle. But we all know the price at which it comes in our country. Tell me, what's your thinking around what's taking so long? It seems we all know what needs to be done. I could have told you way before Chief Justice Raymond Zondo issued his report that whistleblower protection was going to be high within his list of recommendations. And that's some time ago, but yet it seems we all acknowledge it needs to be done, but not much is happening, unless you are going to set me straight.
Tula, that is the sad reality, is that all of us know the realities, especially for South African whistleblowers, and also on the continent. So, yes, the Zondo Commission was not a surprise. Neither is it that as part of Pillar 1 that whistleblower protection in the National Anti-Corruption Strategy would feature there. So my personal opinion is that it still goes back to a set of values, a set of a culture, and I want to use almost organizational culture, as well as, you know, if we look at the history of the whistleblower, impimpies, you know, so it's as if we can't get rid of that. So I think in principle, using the word whistleblower is problematic because it immediately brings up really terrible images, and it's part of the history of our country specifically. So I think, and you know, culture takes a very long time to change. So why is it taking so long? Because it's also embedded in a culture that we share. And for me to change a culture, and this is research that we've also conducted, is so that we move away from the so-called whistle-genic culture, where and then we do have, like Stanley said, prevention is better than cure, where we move towards what I would refer to as an ethogenic culture, and that value set, that culture set is embedded, and we basically would have to come to a point where whistleblowing is not seen as, oh, you're telling on your peers, you are a telltale. You know, we tell our children, you know, don't split on your sister or your brother, you know, don't tell stories, and then we expect adults to tell the stories, you know. So I think it's really embedded, and I think what needs to change then is that culture that we built, and then eventually having whistleblowing, and I want to say disclosures. I don't want to make even use of the word whistleblowing. Disclosures become part of, it should almost be like just another internal control mechanism. That is what I would like to see happen. But in the meantime, we need to devise strategies how we protect whistleblowers. So those that want to be known and those who do not want to be known. And then also using the media, as Dave had said, as partners in sharing the message and getting it out there, not just in terms of our public servants, but also civil society, so that the person on the street knows what to do and to whom. So that's what I would think in terms of whistleblowers and the protection.
Thank you for that. Rabbi Pogrund, I'll come to you in a moment as well to weigh in. But Dr. Goma, between you and I, let's whisper now. Let's talk. Mastetele Pans. Are we giving the executive a soft landing in that, you know, Dr. Terence Nombembe spoke to it, that our system of laws is such that the executive is not supposed to get involved in procurement and the likes, et cetera, but at the same time they're expected to be accountable. How do we strike that balance that, you know, Emisile Sufi can't say, I didn't know about the school sanitization program, but at the same time, he can't be too involved in the administration of things and almost telling the HOD, do X, do Y, do Z. How do we strike that balance and not give them a soft landing?
Oh, yeah. Thanks, Tulas. In fact, the executive is already involved in operational issues. If you refer to the Public Service Act plus the Public Service Regulations of 2016, which already enables them, it empowers them to make decisions around human resource appointments. So already they're involved in the operational space. The only part where they are prohibited by law not to get involved or influence is in the area of public procurement. But the evidence coming out of various reports, including the Zondo Commission, it is now clear that they do somehow influence decisions related to public procurement. And that is the reason, if you read the first part of the Zondo Commission report, towards the end, there is a recommendation that perhaps South Africa should move away from having public procurement being overseen through a political process. So it is recommending that we need a public procurement anti-corruption agency that is insulated from political oversight, that is going to be overseen by other players involving the AG, the Chief Justice, in making determinations around who sits in the council of that particular agency and also who then become part of the staffing of the agency. So, because if you read the report, Zondo Commission is also at pains to explain that in the past 28 years or so, already there have been frustrations around the issue of rooting out corruption. And the root cause is around public procurement. And part of that is to say, okay, let's professionalize public procurement. The point that was raised also by the Premier, the frustrations that the Executive Council has around decisions that are taken at that level, and some officials who are refusing to be subjected to vetting. So if you read that report, it says take public procurement, professionalize it, have a body that deals with the certification of supply chain management officials or public procurement officials, let them undergo training, let them be vetted, let them be fit and proper individuals to serve as supply chain management officials or public procurement officials. So I fully support such a recommendation. Let's see whether Parliament, through the implementation plan that the President will table to Parliament around August, Parliament will consider such a recommendation and look into a legislation that will put in place such an agency. Thanks.
Thank you for that. Dr. Wochenrad Vermaak, you will get the last word, but not before Rabbi Gideon Pogrand weighs in. I think along the same lines, Rabbi, the whole issue around procurement. It feels sometimes as if procurement has become a swear word, which it shouldn't be, because procurement is what? You need tools to go and deliver to the people of South Africa. Who have given you the constitutional mandate to do so. In addition, is there anything you would add to what Dr. Gomay has said, framing it within the recommendations of the Zondo Commission, but also from what people such as the AG consistently tell us, and Corruption Watch and others consistently tell us that many of the allegations that come through stem from procurement, just procurement not being done the way that it should be? Is there any layer of protection we can add, any layer of training we can add, or extra scrutiny so that, Thula Sizwe Simelane serving in the bid adjudication or bid specification committee, is doing the right thing?
It's a big subject, of course. Maybe I can just draw on something that has come up to do with whistleblowing and speaking out. We ran a big research project called the Gibbs Ethics Barometer. We surveyed over 25,000 employees working for 30 South African organizations, so we had a huge amount of data. And we asked our respondents whether they had witnessed 18 specific types of misconduct over the past 24 months. And 45% said that they'd seen at least one of these 18 types of misconduct. Now, some of them were related to procurement, bending rules to meet targets, misusing company property, stealing company property. Others were related to bullying and intimidation or to racial, gender discrimination. So 45% of employees had seen at least one of those types of misconduct. We then asked those 45% whether they had reported, and only 30% had reported. So then we asked the 70% who hadn't reported why they hadn't reported. And the two major reasons given for not reporting were, firstly, I fear I'm going to be victimized, which is 43%, and nothing will get done about it, which was 33%. So the nothing will get done about it, the 33%, I think very much relates to the discussion earlier about consequence management or the need for accountability. And the 43%, the fear of victimization, that of course very much relates to the experiences of whistleblowers, which you and others spoke about. And based on that, we did further research in partnership with Nottingham Business School in the UK about the experiences of South African whistleblowers. And there's this whole issue of protection that we spoke about, but there's also this issue of how whistleblowers become pariahs. They become isolated, they become ostracized. You spoke about it. It's interesting to think about how we could perhaps reframe whistleblowing and talk about disclosing. The word itself has all sorts of negative connotations, as you mentioned. But one of the things that we feel is very important is to honor and celebrate whistleblowers. We released a white paper at the end of last year with our recommendations, and this was one of the most important ones, I think. And we're working to honor and respect whistleblowers, including those who were murdered. And we spoke about that earlier. We're talking about doing an event in a couple of months at Con Hill and framing what whistleblowers do in terms of the preamble of the Constitution. Because when the preamble speaks about honoring those who have suffered for justice and freedom in our land, surely the contemporary manifestation of that is whistleblowing. And so it's a broad question, and maybe I've just focused on one aspect of an answer to it. But I think that with procurement, as with so many unethical practices, you've got to cultivate what one prominent lawyer calls a culture of dissent, where people speak out against the misuse and abuse of power. And of course, central to that is whistleblowing. And I think that in turn depends on a cultural shift, on honoring and celebrating those who have the moral courage to speak out.
Wow. Great. And it sets it up nicely for you to close it off for us, Dr. Wochenrad Vermaak. Is there anything else that perhaps Premier Makhura and the provincial government need to add to the architecture and people such as DDG Nkopane in terms of what needs to happen within the civil service? I know that it came out in the reports around the state security infrastructure, obeying and carrying out unlawful orders. Is there anything that the Premier and others could do to assist civil servants to be able to say, in addition to disclosures, as we're now choosing to frame it, in addition to that, which sometimes perhaps will take some initiative on the individual's part, someone to be able to say, actually, this document you are bringing to me to sign, I'm not going to sign off on it, because if you hold it up against the PFMA, it doesn't withstand scrutiny, and you can, as the former spokesperson of the late Robert Mugabe, you can go hang, as he used to say. You can go hang 1,000 times, I'm not going to sign it off. Is there anything else that can be added that would make that possible?
I think if one look at the architecture, I think this is the model for the rest of South Africa in terms of provinces, to move to where you really get the civil society involved in ethics management, because ethics management is not an easy thing. You can't see culture changing overnight, or you can't, I always say it's very difficult for the people who work with me when the ethics officers and other people get merit bonuses because they can show what they've done. You can't show to the executive, this person changed his mind, he did not steal, because you can't see it. So it's very difficult to measure. So these architectures is really important to make the abstract implementable in terms of plans where you can follow. And we saw this morning the way that this province is tracking in terms of colors, the amber, the red and the green. And that is the only way that you do track this, because otherwise you forget some of the nuances. And it's over 3 years to 5 years that you will see changes really come in. So if you have a boss that is a bit impatient, you may end up in trouble because you can't show the changes too quick. And I think this architecture brings in a bit of calmness and reflection to really go deep in to see what is wrong and what do we need to change, and not make hasty decisions. So I think in that sense, it's very good. But then also there needs to be a lot of work with the different government departments as well, where the people that has the mandate and also the skills can bring that to the table. For example, with whistleblowing, that you involve, and that is where I was very happy that Premier Makura invited DOJ this morning as well to be part of this, and also the Department of Public Service and Administration, because we came to the same conclusion than Professor Holzhausen, where we indicated that we don't want to use the word whistleblowing, because there's also the nuance, what is a whistleblower and what is a witness? Because if you're a witness, you're in trouble, for me, according to me. A whistleblower, I should not lose my sleep if I'm a whistleblower, because what I want to say is things that will change the organizational culture, that will improve things so that you have a better culture as an organization. So we then, because of that, we are talking about reporting. And we use that in terms of the United Nations Convention Against Corruption, how they talk about whistleblowers. And we also even have a reporting guide that the DPSA drafted to talk about how do you report things that's wrong so that it can be changed before it becomes an issue. But then in terms of how do you support the employees, the only way is training, 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 training. Awareness. There's a lot of new ways to utilize technology to assist the public servants. The young ones are a lot technologically savvy. They want to see things in graphs and very quick. You can't come with long arguments and documents and reports. They don't want to see that. They want to see what's the problem and what are you doing about it. And I think that is what we can use. We can also use that for apps for whistleblowing. But I think we, for example, our unit now make use of, we procured a Moodle system where we want to put short videos on to say, this is how you do lifestyle audits. This is what you focus on. This is, so that you can go and retrain yourself if you are in doubt, that you don't need to go through a whole 6 months course to find out one specific issue that you want to train yourself on. So I think the only thing is training, awareness, and setting the tone at the top, like we've done here today. If you are not an ethical leader, your people will not move with you. It will look like they're moving with you, but it's eye blind. They will make sure that you fall. And we find that all the more nowadays when people see that things are wrong, they run to the media, they run to newspapers, they run to people that they see that can help them. And I think that's why I'm optimistic about this country, is we had a Zondo Commission, lots of things came out, but we're doing something about it. Other countries are in awe when they see that we do these things. We talk about our problems. Sometimes we exaggerate our problems, but we always engage and we're looking for solutions. And that is very important. It's when you start to get quiet and people just toe the line because of fear, then one should become worried.
On that note, it seems like a really good note for us to end it. A round of applause once again for our panelists. Thank you very much. I'm going to get up because I was raised in a village, so I feel like I'll be disrespecting everyone if I address all of you seated. We were meant to have closing remarks, but you know, our speaker, Deputy Chairperson of the Gauteng Ethics Advisory Council, has had to go because we've taken a bit of time. So unfortunately for you, you are stuck with me for closing remarks. I don't really have much to say, except to say part of the reason I accepted this invitation to be here is that it aligns very closely with what I'm quite, passionate about, because we don't have another country. This is the only country we have. From the examples we've seen elsewhere, including where I've personally worked in my career as a journalist, I know what's at stake. I know how bad things can get. I've seen it with my own eyes. And therefore, any effort that tries to pull us from the brink in that way, that tries to shift our trajectory, has my support. And this is not to say, Premier, as I always say to you in our public interactions, this is not to say that you'll get a soft landing when I'm with you on TV. when they've taken over 400 million rand and gone and sanitized, don't expect me to be soft. I won't be this nice guy that I am today. And Mark Haywood has got my back. If I'm battling, I'll get Mark and we just pile on. So we thank you for at least taking this initiative. We will continue to hold you to account. I think we've been edified by the conversations that have happened here today. And again, to the words of John Lewis, democracy is not a state, it's an act. Let's go out there and act out this democracy and insist that our edifice will not crumble. We know the price we paid to have the democracy we have, and we want to leave it and bequeath it for future generations. With that, thank you so much for listening to me and for your generosity. I'm sorry, everyone. Hello. My apologies. I'm told there's lunch being served. I forgot to announce the lunch in my excitement. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been pointed out to me. It's been pointed out to me that I forgot to announce that lunch is being served. So as you exit, please make your way to the lunch area.